right, Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Bring the meeting back to order. Ms. Maramba, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Skarzica.
Here.
Board Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McMullen.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Stoffel.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here. First item this morning is a short presentation and vote to award comprehensive early literacy grants. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Colsman and Dr. Cobb. Do we have one of you on mute? I'm not sure.
This is Dr.
Oh.
Cobb. Dr.
Yeah.
Cobb, here you go.
I'm talking away over here, so
Okay.
sorry about that. So good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. As the Commissioner noted, we're presenting Early Literacy Grant Program Awards today. So we'll go to the next slide. Introductions. I'm Melissa Colsman, Associate Commissioner for Student Learning. I'm here with Dr. Floyd Cobb, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and we'll be presenting an overview of the Early Literacy Grant Program as a whole for the benefit of our new board members who may not be familiar with all of the aspects of the program, as well as providing the recommendations for this new funding, new cohort of funds. In your materials, you have this presentation, but you also have a detailed memo which shows all of the grant recipients and recommended award amounts. So I'll hand this off to my colleague, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So just to go over a brief overview, the Early Literacy Grant Program is comprised of three broad programs. There is the Comprehensive Literacy Grant, there is the Sustainability Grant, and then there is the Literacy Professional Development Grant. Just in terms of details about funding available, the funding for the Early Literacy Grant has continued to change over time. There was a revision to the Early Literacy Grant as a result of changes in Senate Bill 19199, where the Comprehensive Literacy Grant increased funding up to $7.5 million. So that number of $7.5 million isn't the number that has been in place since the original passage of the bill. However, it is the current funding allocation for which districts and schools can apply. So you can see through this slide basically the structure of how the funding breaks down. Everything is written in statute in terms of a percentage of up to. So the maximum amount for sustainability would be $750,000. Which would be over 2 years, and then the maximum amount for professional development, as you can see, would be up to 15%. So that doesn't always mean that is the amount, but that is the maximum that can be allocated. There have been a number of cohorts. We're now currently recommending the 5th cohort for the 21 through 2024 school years. And you can see that a couple so far have completed. One is entering, our cohort 4 is entering year 4, which was a recommendation that was provided, I guess, late or in the middle of last year. In terms of the map, in terms of how the funds can be distributed, you can take a look and see how the cohorts have been distributed over the course of time. You'll notice in the first year of the grant, the cohorts were pretty widely distributed, as well as the second. And the third, a little bit less so in the 4th year. You can see a lot of the cohorts really being clustered and focused in this South Central region of the state. In terms of the requirements for the Early Literacy Grant, again, this is the grant is designed to focus and provide supplemental support specifically for the READ Act. And what it does is it allows for grant awardees additional funds to select and use additional evidence for research-based instructional materials that are from the CDE advisory list. There's a requirement to use Acadience Reading as a progress monitoring tool. And what is different with this is that they're able to use those funds to be able to get monthly consultation from an approved professional development provider. And so this is not necessarily CDE staff, but a cluster of professional development providers that have been approved. And then since everyone is taking the same assessment, there's a requirement to present annual and achievement goals based upon interim assessment data. And so the role of CDE in supporting the Comprehensive Early Literacy Grant Program can be seen on this particular slide. Again, really the goal is to continue to provide support in terms of supporting the instruction or the instructional programming that is going on with respect to reading. Certainly be able to provide assistance in terms of the tiered systems of support along with PD for principals, teachers, and interventionists, and continue obviously to assist grantees in terms of administering the assessments under the READ Act, as well as continuing to support implementation statewide. A couple of years ago, we were able to conduct some preliminary analyses, and I want to present these data with caution as these are purely descriptive in nature, just to be able to kind of give us a sense of kind of what was happening with our early literacy grant in comparison to our non-early literacy grant schools throughout the state. And through some very preliminary analyses, we were able to kind of begin to see some information about there being a difference or a distinction between the performance of early literacy grant schools in comparison to schools that were not a part of the early literacy grant program. And so what you're seeing in these slides here is going back to the percentage of the identified students with a significant reading deficiency. And so again, this is the second cohort where you can see this information where we're starting to see that the schools who pursued the early literacy grant had a slightly lower overall significant reading deficiency rate. And in terms of looking at, again, the percentage of students for our third cohort, you kind of saw somewhat of a different trend begin to emerge, whereas previously the percentages on the ELG schools were on the bottom, whereas in the third cohort, rather, there was an inverted relationship with those two. We also wanted to be able to kind of get a good sense of, what was happening in terms of percentage of students meeting benchmark from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And over time, we've started to see some relatively good growth. However, the Department of Education or our CDE staff here didn't necessarily have the time and energy to be able to do the in-depth analysis that was associated with really being able to speak with a great deal of confidence about what these effects were. So as part of the independent evaluation that is being conducted by West Ed, there is now some additional analysis that is going on that will actually be able to give us a more truer understanding of exactly the effect of what is happening with the implementation of the early literacy grant. And so we anticipate that we will be able to get this information later this spring through a draft report and certainly a final report written from West Ed by no later than July 1st to be able to give us some real clear understanding of what they found in terms of the overall implementation of the early literacy grant and what that meant for student performance overall. In terms of the recommendation for this particular grant, you'll find that we received 22 applications for a total request of $3.457 million. And in this application, CDE is recommending approval for 11 local education providers for a little over $1.6 million. And these applicants include 7 rural or small districts and 4 urban and 1 charter school. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Dr. Colsman and to see if there are, or to you, Madam Chair, to see if there are any questions.
Dr. Colsman, do you have any more comments?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go down the line. Board Member Durham, do you have any questions?
Yes, going to the grant memo that lists the grants for the year. I think I had requested last time we went through this that one of the criteria for awarding grants should be that the curriculum of the district meets the scientific requirements of the READ Act. And so first of all, at least my understanding, Denver's curriculum does not meet the standard, as well as Jefferson County, and there are obviously others, but those happen to be the two that at least I thought I was aware of. So is Denver District 1, does their curriculum meet the READ Act standard?
So, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Vice Chair, one of the requirements for participating in the grant program is that the school is using one of the programs that's on our advisory list. The two districts that you mentioned do not have a single instructional program district-wide. They do choose them site-based. So you'll see a variety of programs used across those two districts. And so the schools, in order to be grant funded, must be using one of our programs.
So the Center for International Studies at Fairmont then uses an approved curriculum.
So if they're not using it now, they will have to use it as they move forward into the grant program.
Do they know? I mean, do we know that? How do we monitor and enforce that?
So we do have staff that are in charge of this program who work with those schools to ensure that they're using those programs, and each of the grantees must have a coach or a specialist that works with them. So they work very closely with those schools to ensure that they're following all of the requirements and provide professional development. In the past, when we've had a school that had not used a program that was required, we did get to a point where we had to have very hard conversation with the superintendent to indicate that grant funding would be pulled if that school did not move to the required program. So this is something that we pay very close attention to, because we know that we're not going to get results unless we see curriculum that's aligned, quality assessments, and quality instruction.
So, Board Member Durham, I will say that Chalkbeat just had an article about Jeffco indicating that they are changing their early literacy curriculum for the entire district to one of the approved programs that's available. So I think it seems like there's some motion, but I'm glad you brought that up.
That's very good news, and it'd be nice if Denver were to do likewise. I understand there's some cost associated with it, but yes, if Dr. Colsman, if you're satisfied that the appropriate curriculum will be used in all of these districts, and I'm perfectly okay with the grants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member McClellan.
Nothing for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm coming in new, so Dr. Colsman, Dr. Cobb, I do have a few questions. You chose 11 grantees out of 22. What was the defining criteria of how you made your decision?
So I'll let Dr. Cobb elaborate on this, but we do have a rubric that we use that to evaluate those applications. Part of that is, obviously the things that we mentioned here around willingness to use the curriculum, as well as the assessments, the willingness to participate in all of the training that is required. And so, we go through all of those grant applications and score them. Some applications just don't have the evidence that is needed in order for them to be funded, and often and at times in generally with grant programs, when the funding amount is not sufficient to cover all of the requested ones, we start with the very highest scoring applications in order to make those types of funding decisions. But Dr. Cobb, I don't know if you have more to elaborate on with that.
I was going to make a point on the last one, Board Member Esser. Yeah, that in this particular case, it becomes a matter of looking at the total amount of funds that are available to be distributed, and then looking at the quality of application, and then certainly, making sure that all of the requirements of the grant are met, including the curricular requirement, as Dr. Colsman had mentioned in response to Board Member Durham's question.
Thank you. And then the Acadians testing looked really good in the different cohorts from beginning of year. I don't remember if it's end of year or middle of year. Showed excellent growth, but the number of children or the percentage of children with significant reading difficulties was not statistically different from the entire state. Do you have any idea why that would be?
I'll let Dr. Cobb elaborate on this, but we do preference schools that have high numbers of kids with significant reading deficiencies to begin with. So you're kind of beginning with kind of a higher concentration of students who are significantly behind. The whole notion is to give where there is need. And I think that once we get the analysis from WestEd, we're going to be able to understand much more about what's true about the populations in the ELG schools compared to the rest of the state, and then what's true about those populations as time goes on in terms of whether or not the intervention of a grant program like this is really making a significant impact. Dr. Cobb, is there anything more you'd add on that?
Sure, and Board Member Esser, one of the things that we've also started to realize in terms of just the identification of significant reading deficiency as a whole is the fact that students have to take, or schools rather have to take students where they are when they receive them, and so the overall number of a significant reading deficiency, depending upon ensuring that the assessments are administered appropriately and there's no inaccuracies that way. We want to make sure that we're having a clear understanding of what's happening after they're identified, not simply because they're identified. So the treatment becomes a matter of what becomes of greater importance. And so again, kind of going back to our comment before about WestEd, attempting to create a model that can clearly distinguish growth to standard has been some work that we've been engaged in this, I'd say, kind of school year, and we're working really hard to be able to identify that. One of the challenges with identifying that particular answer is the fact that we have a number of assessments right now, and so where the early literacy grant is a little bit different is that everybody is using the same assessment, and so then that allows for us to be able to answer that question in a much quicker manner.
Excellent. That makes perfect sense. And the coaches that are in the schools, are those school internal coaches, or do they come from CDE?
Board Member Esser, the coaches are in some of the grant applications. There will be some grant funds will be written to hire coaches within the schools, but in terms of the broader coaching structure, there are actual vendors that our CDE team helps to be able to vet and ensure have a clear understanding of the science of reading. And so then what happens is the grant awardees use those funds to be able to work in contract with those particular vendors or companies to be able to support them with this effort.
Excellent. Thank you for the report. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Escarcega?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I I don't think I have any questions. I talked quite a bit with Dr. Cobb and staff around the questions around the data. And I think, you know, to their point that they haven't been able to control for start points between these student groups. And that was all a part of why we really wanted to have this evaluation inside it. I'm so glad they're doing it and completing it. I think the only other comment I would make is it just kind of floated through my head when Member Durham was talking about Denver. It's to, as far as Denver public schools, you know, 50% of the schools basically in Denver, their curriculum is not underneath the board's control. 25% of the schools are charter, 25% are innovation. So that's something to think about, maybe just in the future, as far as when you perhaps, when it's a benefit to try to streamline things and when it's not, right? It's just something to think about. Just a point, the board could only, even if they bought curriculum, could only really have about 50% of the schools required to use it. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Sheffel?
Yes, thank you so much. I had a question about the documents that are driving the work in various quadrants in literacy. So in other words, we have the READ Act and the language associated with it. This grant comes out of that. Then we have a literacy plan for the state, and then we're developing a new comprehensive literacy state development plan. And so my question is there consistency with those documents? Can there be some threading of, you know, 3 or 4 really central points that anchor all this work? Because I just feel like it's so easy to sort of have punctuated efforts here and there, and then we don't get a summative effort. And I wondered how you feel about that, and I wondered about this new literacy plan that's being written, and who's writing it, and how will it align, and who's kind of overlooking all that. And I know, I think Floyd's on that committee, but maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah. I'll start off just with a high level. Our intention is that our comprehensive literacy plan really is comprehensive, that it pulls together all of the literacy efforts that the department is doing. We are looking at providing you an update on that report, as well as providing some information on a needs assessment that was conducted to get your sense of some key points around where that plan should go. So we're planning that, I believe, Dr. Cobb, is that for March or April?
It's for, to the best of my knowledge, it's March.
Okay. So is there anything else you would add to that, Dr. Cobb?
No, Dr. Sheffel, I think the point you raised is one of the reasons why we felt it was important to apply for the grant was to really be able to kind of create some alignment and some consistency in all of these areas. So as we're beginning to work through and we'll continue to get stakeholder feedback in terms of the needs assessment as it drives a comprehensive plan, the end goal is really to make sure that what we are doing is making sure that there is, consistency amongst everything that we're doing. So one of the projects that we're working on right now is really trying to focus on coherence. And so as a term and a word, it has been something that we've kept in mind for quite some time.
And I think as we think about a comprehensive needs assessment, of course, it depends on who you ask, what the needs are, dealing with teachers all the time, as all of us do. There could be a whole range of needs, and they might have nothing to do with literacy, except just peripherally. And so I don't know, do you have that data yet, or are you using that yet, or that survey's been done?
Board Member Sheffel, we don't have that information just of yet, but as soon as we do have it, we'll be able to provide you an update in terms of what we found.
Okay, great. I think it's a great time for us to try to figure out, can we kind of get all these initiatives on the same page, at least as far as really core issues, so as we get a summative effect for the money. And I look forward to seeing it. So thanks for doing that work.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Cobb, you mentioned some more studies in depth of some of the details of what this grant is doing, excuse me, for the students that it is affecting. How are you going to do that? How do you go about doing that for those cohorts that are now in the program?
For board member Shuffle, so the much of the analysis right now is being done by WestEd. And they actually kind of gave us a progress update, I believe, a couple of weeks ago in terms of the work that they're focusing on. Just to give you a broad understanding, they're focusing on a couple of broad areas, reviewing the instructional programming, reviewing our professional development process, assessments, materials that we produce, as well as site visits. The site visits is where they were able to begin to start to get deeper information in terms of what is actually happening with the early literacy grant. Prior to the pandemic, the intent was for them to be able to go in person to be able to get a real clear understanding of what was happening within those early literacy grant schools. However, obviously the pandemic, created some limitations with that. But what they were really trying to do was really get a good sense of how the schools were actually implementing, the grant and what were the outcomes that they actually achieved. There's also some additional work that's going on right now in terms of just a broad survey that WestEd has conducted. What they're attempting to do there is to really get a good sense of what's been happening with just the per pupil dollars in general under the READ Act. And they're probably about 3/4 of the way done with that part of it right now, really just to be able to get a sense of what's happening. And then finally, they'll be able to kind of make a relationship between that and the performance of students within schools. And so, again, because they do this all the time, it's been really great to be able to see how quickly they can turn things around in comparison to us who are trying to manage a number of different things at one time.
Thank you. I'm really curious as to how they are putting together this mass of grants and curriculum and schools, and I agree to the real observation, boots on the ground, is where you see where the rubber meets the road and how it's working with children. To go back to what Dr. Shuffle said about the comprehensive literacy state development plan, having that umbrella over all of this to pull everything together, I hope it doesn't create anything new at this point till we get a handle on what it is we have. I would love to see these grants, because we have so many different ones and so many different things going on. When it's presented to us, the amount of money that is behind these grants, for instance, if a school gets or a district gets more than one, how many students are affected and how much extra money is put into this, aside from per pupil, in order to change these reading dynamics that we have in our state. It may be a lot, but if we're getting a lot of money, we should be able to see where it's going and the effect it has. That's not anything we'll have right away, I understand, but a couple years down the road, this stuff should surface and we should be able to pick and choose some of the real successful ones. But anyway, that's my input, and thank you for the report. I really appreciate that. Very good.
Thank you.
May I ask one follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Dr. Cobb, maybe when that committee convenes, I don't know when they're convening, but I think I saw something about who the person who's chairing it, and I just didn't know their background and, if they know a lot about reading or whatever. And it'd be good for the board, I think, to know who the group is, what their background is, what their lens is for leading this effort. I know they're informed by the survey data, but who's leading it, and then your influence and so forth, that would be really helpful too, just because it'll have everything to do with the product.
Sure, Board Member Shuffle, no problem, we can get that.
Great, I have a couple of questions. When we are looking at districts adopting a particular curriculum, I'm assuming that we're also talking about texts. And what I recall in my own school board work was that there were cycles of book adoptions, etc. Is there a limited life for the kind of materials that we are hoping that districts will adopt? And if so, what's the reasoning behind a limited life? I mean, you give a science book and you know that it has a limited life, and you need to supplement it. But in terms of early reading, what are the dynamics in terms of replacement and needing to replace them? That's a weeds question, but it's one that's been bothering me because of the tremendous costs that districts incur.
Sure, Madam Chair. I think the main issue with that is kind of a couple of different areas. One, obviously, is wear and tear. That would obviously be something that would need to be considered in terms of just overall replacement. Certainly, there is a process whereby vendors are currently looking to find ways to update their materials, and sometimes vendors will no longer keep materials in production so that they can continue to have a sustainable business model. And then I think the additional piece related to that has to do with the impact of standards revisions and how often standards revisions, or the degree to which the standards revisions have an impact on the curriculum and the materials themselves. And so when you take all of those things together, that is typically what would encourage a district to be able to think about a timeline or a process for their own specific revision cycle.
Thank you. As a result of the legislation, 2 years ago, did that not include an FTE for one staff person for you to be involved entirely with the READ Act work?
Madam Chair, it cut out a little bit. Could you please repeat that question?
Sure. My recollection, which may be poor, is that as a result of the act, I think 2 years ago, for the READ Act, that the CDE added a staff person specializing in the READ Act work. And I'm curious what kind of work that individual is doing now.
Sure. So, Madam Chair, the revision to Senate Bill 19199 created, I think, I don't remember the specific number, it created a couple of different additions to FTE to be able to provide support for the READ Act. The way that we've structured is we've tried to distribute the work as best as possible across the team, because there have been a number of different activities that were added that did not exist before. Those activities included the continued instructional programming reviews, as well as the delivery of the K-3 teacher training. It also included the monitoring provision that is associated with the READ Act, also included the increased budgetary monitoring components and provisions, the Unified Improvement Plans provisions that were also identified with the READ Act, and then also in terms of just the general management of the data components that are required in terms of WestEd. So there has been certainly an increased workload as a result of the change that has in the increased accountability requirements that are associated with the statute. And so whereas in the past there were staff who were working to provide technical assistance, we've made a decision to have those staff now support with more of the internal and monitoring work that is required because of the volume of the responsibilities increased to such a significant degree.
Does it seem, I know this is not an objective question, it's subjective, but do you feel that you're still short-staffed in order to carry out?
Yeah, so I'll take that, Madam Chair. We've actually just started to do a little bit of some analysis of the volume of work. Where we're really seeing a need is just around all of the reviews that are required. So we've had to pace those out and sequence them in a way. So the instructional program reviews, all of the professional development program reviews, reviews of intervention programs. I mean, there are a number of those types of pieces that really need a lot of attention. And so we're looking now to see, can we shift around some of our resources to devote more to that so that we can be more timely and more responsive without continuing to just put more on the backs of our staff.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I'm not sure it was clear to me that in the rubric for the grants, do we require that the K-3 teachers have completed the demonstration that they understand the science of teaching reading? Or, I mean, what's the commitment for that piece?
Madam Chair, the commitment with that is that they not necessarily have completed, but rather need to be in the process of completing or using their funds to be able to support them with the completion of that. What you would see in a number of the applications is that a number of the applicants looked to purchase training, letters training, which is one of the approved providers for the science of reading, and so it wouldn't necessarily need to be a requirement that needed to be completed before receiving the grant, but certainly needed to be in process.
Okay, and that's the sort of thing that you need to monitor, or someone in your staff needs to monitor. Okay, that's great. Board Member Rankin, I believe I see your hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Dr. Cobb, just as an update, can you tell us how many teachers now have been trained or are on the list to be trained for their professional development in the READ Act?
Sure. Board Member Rankin, as of our last count, we are just right below 11,000 who have at least enrolled in the course, and that is a combination between our state-provided online and our state-provided virtual face-to-face. The overwhelming majority have chosen to opt into the self-paced online course, which is upwards of about 10,000. We only have probably just under 1,000 who have completed the online course thus far, but we're able to kind of work with the vendor to be able to get a good sense of how well our participants are tracking and how well they're doing in terms of their ability to complete.
And Dr. Cobb, how many teachers are we talking about total in that K-3 area? I'm just wondering the percentage we're through so far.
Board Member Rankin, our initial estimate was around 23,000. We don't know that in terms of a precise number. We'll be able to know that in a precise number when we're able to get the actual names of teachers from the districts who need to complete, and then we can then do an ability to start engaging in our cross mapping. But we use 23,000 just as a rough ballpark number. We'll be able to determine that with greater clarity and specificity once we get those data from the districts themselves.
It's very commendable. I assume that they all will be trying to get through this in the next year in order to continue getting grant money in the future. And so that will take us through next year, I guess. But thank you for that. I've heard some extremely positive comments on it. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that if you are a teacher, you can implement that stuff right away with your students and see some success based on what you're doing. So it's very commendable. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So colleagues, I forgot to ask for a motion. Would someone please make a motion?
I can do it.
Thank you.
Let me try it. I move to approve the Early Literacy Grant Awards as published in board documents.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions, colleagues? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Member Esparzaga,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
Yes.
Board Member McCollin,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item is a charter waiver request for Colorado Charter School Institute on behalf of the U-Mountain Ute Tribe for the Keewaydin Community Academy. The school requests a number of waivers, some of which we are familiar with and some of which are new. As you may recall, they were here last month and we had some discussions about it. Today, we may or may not be ready to approve those items. Usually they are on the consent agenda, but we have reserved some time for us to have a discussion, to ask questions of council and staff, since this is the first time we've had a tribal charter school being authorized in Colorado, and because there are so many new waivers that are being requested. I understand some of you have had some concerns and want to vote individually on some of the waivers. I'm hoping that you would agree the best approach would be to pull the items that we are not comfortable with voting for on yet, and then have a motion to approve the ones that we are okay with. So please let me know which items you want removed for further discussion. Please refer to the waiver by the full CRS number or the rule number. And Mr. Cottonstat and Ms. Marambo will pull the waivers from this list. And I guess we will post them. So could we start, shall we start with Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do I need to do this by a motion on those waivers, or do you want me just to list them?
I would suggest you list them.
Okay.
Does that work, Ms. Maramba?
Yes, that works.
And you can keep track of that for us?
Yeah, Bill and I are ready.
Okay. Proceed.
Madam Chair, you want me to name it, and would you like me to give my reason for it or just name them?
For now, I think what we're going to try to do is identify the ones that we want to vote on individually.
Okay.
The ones that you want to discuss, and then those that are not, that you do not have a concern with, that we would put them together into a motion and at least approve them. I hope you're okay with that process.
I'm okay with that, and I understand it. Thank you. Number 2, 22-30.5-107, paren 4, close of paren A, close of paren, second sentence. Number 5, 22-1-125.5. Try to do these in order. Number 11, 22-32-109, paren 1, close of paren, lowercase bb, close paren. Number 12, 22-32-109, paren 1, close paren, lowercase ee, close of paren. Number 13, 22-33-104. And number 16, 22-61-102. That's it.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan, do you have any that you wish to pull?
I was looking at the list that we had, and if I can just confirm, have we pulled 22-32-109, paren 1, paren BB? The tobacco prohibition policy?
Yes, that was on my list.
Okay, so I almost want to ask in the reverse order, the local performance evaluation system, the TECDA, and as it relates to Teacher Employment Compensation and Dismissal Act, the competitive bidding, and the suspension, expulsion, and denial of admission. Are those the ones that we have basically teed up for a first vote? Am I right about that? Is that a fair summary, or are there others that that are still on the table? And I'm looking at a list that we got from our legal counsel.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Hello? Dr. Schroeder?
I think we may have lost her.
Oops.
So I think it defers to you, Vice Chair.
Okay.
Well, I think that the answer, Ms. McClellan, is anything you want to vote on separately, just enumerate it and it'll be pulled. Otherwise, I think what Dr. Schroeder wanted to do was have a vote then on everything that wasn't pulled.
Okay,
So I think
okay.
that- so if you want, if there's something you're uncomfortable with, you should just enumerate it and add it to Ms. Rankin's list.
Okay, as quickly and efficiently as possible, I'm going to read off the ones that I hope we are allowing a greater discussion for. And if you could confirm for me, if there's any of these that I listed that you didn't already pull, Board Member Rankin, let me know. But it was oath to the Colorado Constitution, employee retirement funds, para, compulsory school attendance, administration of prescription medical marijuana, nonprofit status, code enforcement and inspectors, free expression in student publications, CPR certification for athletic coaches, false reports misdemeanor, publication of contracts, and tobacco prohibition policy. So I hope that's not too much to pull, but, and I suspect there's heavy duplication, but those are some that
Board
probably
Member
weren't.
McClellan.
What's
Board
that?
Member- This is Joyce Rankin, Board Member Rankin. You were naming the topic or the description. We were supposed to be specific
Okay.
about the statute and rule. I had them listed in the numerical order that we had yesterday. You read yours rather rapidly. I tried to jump in there.
Okay.
Your first one, Teacher Employment Compensation and Dismissal Act, would be 22-63-201.
So I don't want to pull those. I had started by indicating those that I hope to green light. So,
Okay, just the ones you want to pull. And
Okay.
those were the ones that I had read. Now, if you have some that you just question whether I did or you did, and you ask, I can fill in those statute.
yeah.
And Vice Chair, I don't know, are we out of order? Should I not do this?
No, I think anything that we want pulled should go ahead and someone should enumerate it.
Okay, all right.
I believe that Ms. Ramba is keeping track. Are you? Or are we going too fast?
So Mr. Cottonsteady and I have Joyce Rankin's because it's easier for us to track with the waiver citation. So Board Member McClellan, if you could use the waiver citation, that would be a lot.
Okay, and forgive me, I feel quite sure that I'm about to repeat much of what Board Member Rankin just said, but for the sake of expediency, forgive me, I'm going to go through these citations, and between the two of us, we'll probably have some overlap, but here goes. And just for those following along with the list, I'm going to read all but the green light stuff. So 22-61-104, colon 22-61-105. And let me know if you need me to slow down. 22-30.5-512. 22-33-104, 22-1-1, boy, this is fine print, 119.3, including parent 3, parent D through F, 1 CCR 301-68, colon 7.06, 1 CCR 301-68, colon 8.0, and 22-30.5-507, parent 4, parent A, second sentence, 22-32-124, parent 1, parent C, 22-1-120, 22-1-125.5, 22-12-105, 22-16-107, parent 1, parent B, and 22-32-109, parent 1, parent BB. And I apologize for repetition. I just couldn't write it fast enough.
I think we're both good. Bill, are you good?
Yep.
Thanks.
Board Member Skarzica, anything different?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just so you know, Member McClellan, you only had like 2 that were duplicates. There's only about 6 left that we could select from, and I was fine. They were the 5 in green, and then it left us the Financial Transparency Act, which I was fine with. So that's it. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But I don't really have anything to add, but we did have that question for Julie yesterday about whether or not there is such a charter in the United States right now. Is Julie on the call?
She is. Ms. Tolson?
Yes, Board Member Esser, if you take a look at an email, Bill Cottonsteady did some homework on that, and we sent it to you all last night. There are quite a number of tribal charter schools, but only about 10 in the U.S. that have this specific culture and tribal language focus that I think is infusing some of the waivers we're seeing here today.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything to add, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Board Member Scheffel?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
And Mr. Durham, I'm not sure whether you had an opportunity to speak in or not because my computer went south.
Yeah, no, I don't have any that I'd like removed. Thank you.
Great. So I think that it would be appropriate now for us to have a motion to adopt the charters that no one wanted to pull, that everyone is in agreement with. And we should perhaps repeat that. Actually, I need a motion. Do I need a motion that includes those? Or can we just identify them as?
I would be happy to read off the individual ones that were not identified. And then we have a motion scripted that says to adopt those ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, this is Joyce. I have a question about Board Member McClellan's list. She said, I want to greenlight those. The ones I read were the ones I wanted to remove. I want to make sure that it's clarified which ones we remove, and if her green light meant she approves of that. Can we get clarification before we go for the vote?
Sure.
Sure. Thanks, Board Member Rankin. I was hoping to include the ones I did not enumerate. So those, the green color coded ones were the ones I meant not to remove. Any of the yellow or white color coded ones, I wanted to have a more robust discussion about. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Colleagues, you're in agreement? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cottonsteady, please.
Okay, so the ones that are remaining would be CRS 22-32-109, subparagraph 1B, title competitive bidding, 22-33-105, title suspensions, expulsions, and denial of admission, 22-33-106, subparagraph 4, title readmission and access to school of expelled student, 22-44-304, title Public School Financial Transparency Act, online access to information, and then 22-63-201, TECTA certificate required, 22-63-202, TECTA contracts in writing damage provision, 22-63-203.5, portability of non-probationary status, 22-63-203, probationary teachers renewal and non-renewal of employment contract, 22-63-205, TECTA exchange of teachers out of state or foreign, 22-63-206, TECTA transfer of teachers, 22-9-106, Local Board of Education duties performance evaluation system.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, can I throw this motion to you?
Yes, then I'll move the adoption or the approval of the waivers just enumerated by Mr. Cottonsteady.
So thank you. That's a proper motion, but Ms. Maramba, when you record that, would you toss those into the motion on the record?
Yes, on the record.
Not now, but for what's recorded, please. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Would you call the roll, please, Ms. Maramba?
I will. Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarza.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McCollin.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 7-0.
Thank you. So we'll now take up the remaining waivers being proposed. It's best if we take them one by one. And after there's a discussion, I guess we can vote on them individually, if that's okay with you all. All right, let's start with Board Member Rankin. Take your first favorite and we'll talk about it.
This was waiver number 2, nonprofit status and immunity from liability. I believe that particular waiver is unnecessary, and that is because in our 2020 law book, page 413, each CSI charter shall organize as a nonprofit. And I believe that that says it all.
Ms. Tolson, do you want to opine on this? Please.
Well, I don't have anything to say that we didn't cover an exec, and I don't necessarily want to sort of re-dive into that. You know, whether it's necessary or not, I know is articulated as statutory standard, but here I think it's just a matter of clarifying that the tribe isn't organized under Colorado law and it has its own business organization process. So that's what they're seeking to use in lieu of Colorado nonprofit status.
Okay, rather than going down the line for each one of these colleagues, if you have an opinion on this one way or the other, or a comment, can you toss up your hand, please? Mr. Durham?
Thank you. Tolson, didn't we, doesn't the statute contemplate a Colorado nonprofit?
It does, and that's why the school is seeking waiver, because it says that a charter school is organized as a Colorado nonprofit.
And it can't be organized as a Colorado nonprofit because it's not located in Colorado it's located on the reservation. They have their own nonprofit status. I think this waiver is whether it's necessary, they would probably get by without it, but it certainly is simpler and will clarify the status and avoid a conflict of laws issue if we approve this waiver. So I would move the approval of this waiver.
Is that a motion?
It is.
Okay, in that case, I need a second, and then we'll have some more discussion.
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Escarza.
Thank you. I guess I'm still a little confused. And maybe if Mr. Durham could just repeat what he said. So are they a nonprofit? Are they a nonprofit by being authorized by CSI? Is that where the nonprofit status comes in? Or is it because they're a tribal school on tribal federal land? But part of me just says because they have to be a nonprofit in order to access lots of different grants and monies and things, right? So that's my impression. That's why school districts do it and everything, but.
They are a nonprofit, but they're not a nonprofit under Colorado law. They're a nonprofit under federal and tribal law.
Okay, so they have it. All right, thank you.
Mr. Cottonsteady, do I see your?
I think the question was addressed, so.
Good. Anybody else? Are we ready to vote? We have a motion to approve this waiver.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarza.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
That passes 7-0.
thank you. Ms. McClellan, I'll let you take one this time. Your mute is on.
I'm usually so good about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the list, I'll start with what might be an easy one. How about tobacco prohibition policy? That was request number 11, enumerated as 22-32-109, parent 1, parent BB. That raises health concerns and concerns about tobacco addiction, and so that I thought that was worthy of discussion, and perhaps board colleagues will weigh in with their thoughts on this one as well.
Are you making a motion by any chance?
No. No, I was not. I pulled it, and if it stays pulled, I'm not sure I have a problem with leaving it pulled.
Okay,
Motion to approve the waiver, Madam Chair.
thank you, Board Member Durham. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Rankin, I think you were ready to make a comment.
I was ready to make a motion, but now I'll make a comment. I agree that I don't think tobacco, whether it's used on school property for demonstrations, I think since this is kindergarten through 5th grade school, I think children look to their teachers, to their as mentors, as parents, as part of the community. And I think that for K-5, I agree with Board Member McClellan. However, that only means during school hours on school property or at a school event. So, the tribe is free, of course, to do it at other times. I just think it's inappropriate for the school for this age child.
Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues?
Madam Chair?
Board Member Durham.
Thank you. I think, so I don't have to repeat this comment, it will apply to my vote on a lot of these waiver requests. And that is, we're dealing with a population of reservation children who I believe, if you look at the statistics, have not performed well and are often in the lowest tier of performance. Now, do I believe that this particular charter school and these particular sets of waivers will likely lead to success? I simply don't know the answer to that question, but I do know that what we're doing now doesn't work, and that I think we ought to provide, and I view charter schools as an opportunity to provide a laboratory to see if we can make improvements, and particularly improvements for specifically disadvantaged groups. And therefore, I believe in giving them the flexibility that they believe they need to try and make the kinds of changes that will lead to improved academic outcomes. Part of what they have asked for are waivers that, and this is one of them, that are culturally sensitive to their history and their beliefs, and also oftentimes in terms of religious practices. So, while I may personally disagree with this, I believe that trying to provide an opportunity for them to create a culturally sensitive environment in which these students may do better. I hope they do. I'm not convinced that they will. And with some of these waivers, I absolutely don't like them, but I'm likely to vote for them anyway for very much the same reason. I think that they should be given every opportunity to be successful because these children need a lot of help. And And if this works, it'll be among a rare group of successes for the particular population group, and I hope they are successful. Am I convinced? No, but if you don't try, they will certainly continue, or very likely to continue in the mode where they've been, which is not to meet the expectations that we should have for all Colorado children. So I'm going to vote for this waiver, regardless of my views on tobacco or health or any of that. And there are a number of the others that I will vote for the same reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So we have a motion on the floor to deny.
To approve.
I don't know who made the motion.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm mixed up. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to approve this waiver. Ms. Maramba.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
No.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 4-3.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin. I think it's your turn.
Okay.
Unless any of the other of you want to take one on.
No,
But
that's
I'm going back and forth between Board Member McClellan and Board Member Rankin. Go forth, Ms. Rankin, please.
This is 22-32-1091, Bren and EE. It's the peyote policy, and I'm going to go with exactly the same reasons for tobacco. I think peyote, even though it's part of their culture, I don't believe it's going to take kindergarten through 5th grade and give them a better education if someone shows them how to use peyote in the classroom. At other times, that's off of school property. I just don't think what we're doing here is what the taxpayers would want. And they're the ones that are paying for this school. So I very strongly oppose peyote in K-5.
Can somebody help me and explain what is peyote? I believe it is different than tobacco, but I could be wrong.
Madam Chair, first of all, I'd like to make a motion to approve this waiver request.
Thank you. It's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
And peyote is a hallucinogen that is produced, I believe, from cactus flower.
It is.
And the one thing that separates this from tobacco is that I believe, and I might, there's a chance I've got my court cases wrong, but I believe that the Supreme Court has ruled it to be an acceptable practice on reservations as part of religious training and ceremonies. And regardless of, and I have a particularly dim view of hallucinogens, but nonetheless, there is a Supreme Court ruling on point on this, I believe, and I think that my guess is they're not going to encourage kindergartners to use it, but probably to mention it as a practical or as a part of their religious ceremonies. So I intend to vote yes.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
You're on mute.
Got it. I've had the distinct opportunity to participate in one tribal, and it was the Ute tribe, religious experience where they do, at that point they were smoking, not ingesting peyote. We were offered the peyote, but only adults, only for the religious experience. I can tell you it's not a great experience. Peyote makes you very sick and purifies they believe, the spirit. So they don't tell you not to eat beforehand, which would have been a great suggestion at that point. It is for the tribe a very spiritual, meaningful religious activity. I really would never think they would offer this to a child, but they would explain what that ceremony is and why it's so important. So I am also going to vote yes.
Mr. Cottonsteady, tell me again what the waiver is specifically, please.
Yes. So let me, sorry. Do you just want the number or did you want a description?
No. I try to want to figure out what is it, what are we waiving?
Okay.
Please.
So the
in English.
The specific statute identifies that it's a board responsibility to adopt a policy to prohibit school personnel from recommending or requiring the use of a psychotropic drug for any student. School personnel shall not test or require a test for a child's behavior without prior written permission. Through such a policy, school personnel should be encouraged to discuss concerns about a child's behavior with the parent or legal guardian. So it's essentially adopting a policy to prohibit its use. And so this waiver would not put that requirement on the school.
So if we did not grant this waiver, they would not be free to talk about this in their education.
The policy that would be expected is one that would prohibit school personnel from recommending or requiring the use of a psychotropic drug for any student.
Ugh. Colleagues, Steve, go ahead.
I think, in just reading from the replacement plan, I think it's creates less anxiety. The curriculum at the community academy will teach the proper use and respect of peyote during important traditional youth ceremonies and according to traditional protocols. School policy, which conforms with tribal and federal law, addresses the possession and use of other psychotropic drugs by students and staff on campus. The academy's policy on student possession of drugs, alcohol, and tobacco are in the manual, which prohibits their possession by students.
Thank you. That's helpful. Anyone else?
Just Madam Chair, and I'm looking at the policy inside there, and that's exactly correct. And that the use may result in suspension, criminal charges, et cetera. It's all in here, prohibiting the use by students. But
Madam Chair,
Board Member Rankin.
Sorry to interrupt. It does prohibit students, and I do understand that law, but it doesn't prohibit the teacher from demonstrating. That is why they want to have it in the classroom. The teacher is demonstrating the, of course, religious use of it. However, it is a demonstration in the classroom that I do not feel that should be done in school time. I want to clarify that. I definitely agree on the law if that's in question.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, do you want to call the vote?
Board Member Durr?
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga?
yes.
Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
No.
Member Rankin?
No.
Board Member Sheffield?
No.
Are you guys? No.
The motion fails on a 3-4 vote.
Board Member McClellan, what's your next one?
You're on mute.
Thank you. I'm toggling back and forth. In case you can't tell, I've got a list. CPR certification for athletic coaches. Do I need to? be more specific about why
I wouldn't mind if you'd make a motion.
I don't want to see this, I don't want to see this exemption come to fruition. So, I mean,
So your motion is that you'd like to deny this waiver.
Madam
Can I
Chair,
help you out on that?
or I'll allow Mr. Durham to make a motion in the affirmative if he so chooses.
well, I think it's just easier procedurally to deal with affirmative motions, because if a motion in the negative fails, then you have to have another vote.
I have no issue with that.
So I'll move to approve the waiver request for CPR training.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Board Member McClellan, you want to talk about it?
Well, just briefly, I think it's important that in athletic activities that we do have personnel trained with CPR certification, because sometimes that saves a life. So I'm concerned about waiving this one.
Thank you. Any other comments? Colleagues?
Madam Chair?
Board Member Rankin?
Yes, I want to add to that the athletics were very specific in that they were over to a recreation center that was not within the school, but it was not guaranteed that even one person would be trained in CPR during the time that the students are using that recreation center for their PE activities. That's very specific. And I believe someone should be trained, at least one person at all times, if students are there, but also for the safety of the teachers and instructors and other adults. It's a safety issue.
Is there a reason that they requested a waiver?
What's the number of this, Mr. Cottonsteady?
So it's 22.1.125.5.
The number that's assigned in the, I can't find it that way. It's,
Oh, number 5, it's their 5th request.
thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Cottonsteady, do you know what their reasoning was?
So the replacement plan, let's see. The way that I read the rationale and replacement plan is that they, when activities are at the rec center, there seemed to be a level of assurance that there was going to be properly trained individuals. But what I read into the replacement and rationale was that although many activities may be happening at the rec center, it's possible that some of these activities could be happening in a different location, and the coach may or may not have CPR certification. And so this waiver would provide flexibility for that.
Thank you. Colleagues?
I think, Madam Chair.
Yep.
The replacement plan says the Academy and the tribe will utilize current personnel policies and procurement procedures and procurement policies for determining the best persons to be trained in CPR and the best person and entities serve as coaches. I think what that says is that coaches may not be the best people to be trained in this particular skill, and that could be some other employee who's on site.
So it's very specific. The waiver is very specific to coaches, and their argument is it could be someone else. But is there an assurance in there that there will always be someone who has had CPR training?
There is not.
I think that's the assurance that we would want to see in the replacement plan. Wouldn't we, Mr. Cottonsteady?
So I'll say that that would be a board decision.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Rankin, you had your hand up and you took it back down. What's your thought?
My thought was I have asked that exact question that you did before, and I was told by legal that, yes, they could have no one there that is trained in CPR if this passes.
Okay. Are we ready to call the vote? Ms. Maramba? Seems we are.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga.
No.
Board Member Esser.
No.
Board Member McClellan.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
No?
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
No.
So that motion fails on one affirmative and 6 noes.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin, your hand is up. And you're on mute.
I don't know how that happened. I'm sorry. It just went up.
Okay, so go forth. Let's have another one.
Let's go to number 16, 22-61-102, asking applicants about group membership and religion.
So what, Mr. Cottonstudy, what law does this support?
Let me pull that.
Please.
Yeah. So this statute reads that no contract or other employment arrangement executed or made by and between any school district and teacher shall require by inference or otherwise that said teacher become a member of or belong to any group or organization.
And the replacement plan?
Under there's documentation provided by the tribe that they do have a hiring preference for members of the tribe. And I think there's a second preference for Native American individuals that they would be given a hiring preference. And that is allowed within the tribe at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, how about a motion?
I'll move to approve amendment or waiver request number 16 for the waiver of the discrimination in employment.
Thank you. Proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Durham?
if I could speak to this, I think this in some ways appears to be an unusual waiver request. In fact, and I think we can ask Ms. Tollefson, but Catholic Church, as an entity, is allowed to discriminate against non-Catholics in hiring for a number of positions. So this, while on the surface, this appears to be a prohibited practice under virtually all of the norms in which we operate. Fact is, it's allowed, and it's actually rather common particularly in religious circumstances. And if you remember, the purpose for this school is to provide a cultural experience. If they're going to do that, they're going to need to hire people who are familiar with the culture. So first of all, I don't view this as an unusual request for a culturally oriented school. I mean, this kind of discrimination is prohibited, or it is permitted throughout American society and culture, and it's really nothing unusual. And I think this is a very important waiver. If they don't get this particular waiver, it certainly creates a conflict of laws at a minimum, and I think probably makes it difficult for them to meet the purpose of the charter school, which I think also then makes it very difficult for them to have the kind of success that they hope that this immersion environment will have. So,
thank you. Board Member Escarzaga?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. to the point about Catholic schools, but those are not public schools, right? They're private, and this is where I think we're getting hung up, and this is where I'm kind of hung up. But Bill, when you read why what their preferences were going to be, say that again. I thought you said that it's members of the tribe, being Native American, maybe secondary. But inside the rationale, it talks about the church. I didn't hear that in what you said, and I'm just wondering if the can you reread what you said? The first two things. They want a higher preference based on.
Yeah. So what's written in the replacement plan is that they will follow the tribe's personnel policies and procedures manual.
Uh-huh.
And so that was included as an attachment, and
Right.
it might take me a little bit of time to find it, but within that tribal manual, it speaks to a preference for members of the tribe, and I believe to Native American individuals.
Okay, and so I get that. Where did the church then come in? And it's in there. In this is my ignorance, but why do they need to know the religion versus what tribe do you qualify, legally as Native American? Why do they need to know the religion? I think is the question that.
I did see that same reference in the rationale, and that was the only area where I saw that. So I didn't find any additional detail.
I have it in front of me if you'd like me to read. It's Community Academy intends to provide its pupils a strong education of Native American culture, language, and traditions. And it is important that those persons instructing the students in these practices and values understand the various religious practices of Native Americans, including practices of the Native American Church, as well as specific youth and youth mountain, youth language, and cultural concepts. So it's.
And then if you keep going, it says that, yes, that it's, and that they should be able to teach about these customs and traditions. So it's important to ask the applicant if they have experience with the church and other relevant affiliations. It's not asking what your religion is.
Correct.
Right. And I don't know if that's where we're getting hung up. But they could, if we waive this, they could ask that.
Depends whether their own manual allows that. Because that's the replacement plan is to follow their personnel manual. So and the answer is I don't know. I haven't read the manual.
Ms. Tolleson, did you want to pop in on this?
Sure, I thought I'd pop in. I mean, normally I'm very reluctant to ever offer legal advice in open session, but I don't think I'm telling any secrets to say that there absolutely is plenty of law around there permitting the use of, cultural, ethnic, linguistic background as what the law calls a BFOQ, bona fide occupational qualification, for certain kinds of specialty settings, right? And we've seen that in some cases involving schools where, for example, they've got a preference for non-native speakers of foreign languages because it's an international school and they're trying to sort of infuse it culturally. So in that respect, it wouldn't be an unprecedented thing. But remember, you're also not, and nor would you have the authority to, right, waiving federal anti-discrimination laws and constitutional principles. So if they were implementing hiring practices in a way that ran afoul of those, and those same remedies would exist for folks. This is really narrowly tailored to that Colorado statute about group membership. So thought I'd offer that if it's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Board Member Skarsika hit on what I've been wrestling with for several days, and it has to do with religion. How do you separate culture from religion when you're talking about the Ute Mountain tribe? And I have to say, this has not been easy at all because we're in uncharted territory. But, are we opening up, maybe we are, maybe we should, that religious schools are charter schools, and we should accept that. And I'm not basing an opinion either way. All I'm saying is religion is really tied into all of this. And we're initially starting, hopefully, however, it seems rather large, with 30 students. I would imagine that those parents or people in the tribe will be the ones that will come and apply for this job. And it's very clear in that handbook that the first round of interviews is for someone that is in the tribe, knows the culture, knows the language, and because that is embedded in everything they do. That will take up a lot of the school day to have that particular culture being taught within kindergarten through 5th grade. I keep going back to. Then the second round they will interview if they can't get enough teachers or staff in that first round. They will go to the second round, and again, it will be people versed in the tradition of the Ute Mountain culture. And it gets further down where anybody else, if they really need someone, they may go down far enough to get to, maybe a licensed teacher. I'm not quite sure. But I think they would know who they want and who is going to be the teacher without having this listed. And group membership is what this seems to be all about. So I struggled with it too, and I see our board member Skarska. I appreciate her struggle.
Board member Skarska, your hand's still up. Does that mean you have some more comments? Anyone else? Are we ready to vote? Ms. Maramba, please call the vote.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarska.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
No.
Rankin.
No.
Member Sheffel.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
This is 4-3.
All right. Ladies, whose turn is it? I'm sorry.
That would be board member
McClellan. Okay, so this is one that I might be convinced to change my mind about. And to the extent that it's legally allowable, I may ask our legal counsel or Mr. Cottonsteady to weigh in on this. It's request number 8, publication of contracts. I'm just having a little bit of hesitancy or concern over removing layers of financial transparency wherever tax dollars are involved. I can think of reasons for not wanting to publish a contract. I'm having trouble thinking of good ones. and maybe legal counsel or Mr. Cottonsteady could weigh in and give us the ramifications of waiving publication of contracts, and let us know, perhaps, if you wish, why that is not the typical norm. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham, why don't you throw out a motion, please, and then we'll
move.
Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to approve waiver request number 8 of local education provider data collection, data security, CRS 22-16-107. Paren 1, close paren, paren B, close paren.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Cottonsteady?
So what I would say on it is as I was reading through the materials, the area that probably stood out most to me was they provided an attachment D on the tribe's purchasing and procurement process. It's one of your attachments. It is the, let's see, additional attachments file on Board Docs. And you can find it on page 78 of the PDF. And the way that I read it is the policy that the school is following on procurement is the tribal policy. And so I believe that the rationale was that the school, may struggle with meeting the statutory requirement because the tribe has their own process for how they do procurement, and that they want to honor the process of the tribe. And so I feel like it's a waiver to ensure that they have the ability to continue to implement their procurement policies consistent with how the tribe does the procurement process.
And do you know what that is?
Then it's the following pages. So then it's outlined, and they have a pretty detailed policy that outlines how they do that work.
May I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I may not have this correct, so I hope, Mr. Cottonsteady, that you'll correct me if I'm misinterpreting this. Does this put us, or would this put this arrangement crosswise with what we would normally expect to be the process by which contracts are put out to bid? Am I correct?
For this particular statute, and let me just look again.
When it says publication of contracts, are they talking about publishing the right for anyone to bid on these contracts? Is that the kind of publishing they're talking about? Or are we talking about the publishing of contracts that have already been signed and are now being executed?
I believe it's just the publication of those that have been signed and executed.
Okay.
So it says each local education provider shall post and maintain on its website a list of the contract providers that the provider contracts with and a copy of each contract. So after they've been executed.
Okay, I see. For me, unless one has a cultural sensitivity that demands obfuscating financial data where tax dollars are concerned, I'm having trouble with this one because it's a strike against transparency. Anytime we do that, we invite at least the possibility of corruption. That's why we want this transparency to be present for taxpayers. So I'm going to have a problem with this one. Thank you.
Ms. Tolson, help us out, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular waiver relates to a narrow aspect of the Student Data Transparency and Security Act. It's when a district enters a contract with a school service contract provider, some electronic platform, right, that's associated with student data sharing or student learning. Generally by statute, they have to on their website list, here's all the folks we've contracted with for those kinds of services, and here's a link to the contract. They're seeking a waiver from that aspect of that statute. There is another waiver you haven't gotten to yet that kind of similarly relates to some posting obligations related to financial transparency. This particular waiver is about those school service contract provider data platforms.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
If this doesn't involve the publication of student data itself, but merely the business arrangement by which an individual vendor is engaged for the purposes of data collection or handling or assessment, I'm not seeing how this violates student privacy simply to know who the contractor is and what they're being paid and what the terms of their contract are. Am I missing something, or am I sounding like I've got a fairly accurate read of what you've shared?
I think that you're accurately reading the scope of the waiver.
Okay, then my objections stand.
So what's the downside? Ms. Tolson, what's the downside? I'm just trying to figure out what the concerns are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without trying to mind read the General Assembly, I mean, the reason that statute came about in 2016 was the idea of parents need to better know what electronic platform, what vendors are out there that are have access to student data through different learning platforms, what data is being shared, right? We see that in the statute that parents have a right to know, well, these vendors have your students' names and grades and whatever it may be. and what is the nature of the contractual relationship there. So that's kind of the place that the statute comes from in terms of how important it is that not be waived or be waived is entrusted to your sound discretion.
So aren't there federal laws, though, that protect the kids' data?
And this isn't about the data itself winding up anywhere, right?
Just
it's about parents being able to look on the district or school's website and say they have a contract with Google for Educators, and it means that my kid's data is in these certain places and being used for these certain purposes.
And they might be used for advertising.
Well, and that would be that aspect would be prohibited by another part of the statute. So in terms of data misuse, I mean, all of those protections remain in place. This is really just about that quick and easy place for the public to look and see who are we contracting with and what are they doing for us.
And what do you believe is the responsibility of the authorizer in some of these instances? For example, in this instance? Well,
the authorizers typically during charter contract negotiations vet these requests and determine whether or not that they're willing to embed them in the contract. And if they do, they bring them to you. I can't speak for CSI other than to know that because it's here before you, they've certainly looked at it and decided to support the school's request for a waiver.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Skarzica. Mute. You're on mute.
Got her. And I had a few moments to look through the replacement part, right? And two things. One, they do use a federal contract template, and they can't use outside vendor templates, which I think is interesting. But more to the point, there's nothing in here that talks about any kind of posting of anything. So I'm not sure this document is enough to say, here's when we will or here's when we won't. It doesn't address posting of any contracts at all that I could see.
Which means parents would not be able to look to see what vendors the school contracts with.
Yeah, they don't promise that they will post any contracts at all. Yeah.
Any other comments, colleagues?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. What's the reasoning again behind this bill, Mr. Cottonsteady?
So my understanding is that the broader rationale is that the procurement methods used are essentially the tribal procurement methods. Mm-hmm. And so they would be operating within the way that the tribe implements procurement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Cottonsteady, your hand is up.
Yeah, I wanted to just let you know, we did receive some communication from the authorizer. And so although it's not part of the replacement plan, I wanted to share that CSI has agreed to request these contracts from the school and publish them on CSI's financial transparency page alongside the school's financial transparency documents. And then they said they have particular provisions of their contract with the school that provides the mechanism to enforce that agreement between the tribe and CSI.
Thank you for that elaboration. Board Member Esser, you still have some more comments? Your hand's still up.
I do not. I apologize.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cottonsteady, it sounds as if all the contracts are going to be published. It's just in a different format and or just in a different location, correct?
I don't want to confirm that all contracts will be published. I would say that there's at least the contracts that they are comfortable with publishing. The waiver may allow the school not to post them on their site, and so CSI's mechanism allows for them to ensure that they're posted on the CSI site.
Right, so they are public.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's I think it's a distinction without a difference. I don't much care one way or the other, and if this works better, fine.
Board Member McClellan.
I would just say that if the interest of public good is compelling enough for CSI to look for a Band-Aid by posting it publicly somewhere else, then it's important enough for us to not break it in the first place. And I would simply say that it defies logic to say that people would that parents or other interested members of the community or taxpayers would know to look on a second site. If you were looking at the school's site and you don't see it posted there, it's just going to make it that much harder for anyone in local media or media anywhere in Colorado, should there ever be an irregularity that they want to do a story about, or if they simply want to be able to understand who the contractors are for the purposes of providing transparency. Any party looking might not necessarily find it intuitive to go look at a separate website hosted by CSI. So, but the effort at a Band-Aid tells me that indeed this is a compelling interest for the public good in terms of providing transparency as a safeguard for many different concerns. So I'm definitely going to be a no vote, and thank you for this discussion.
Board Member Escarcega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill, can you confirm for me that the school did say they would put a link on their website to CSI's so that they could, if you go to the school's website, you would just have to click one link and it would take you to where the data was?
I do not see that confirmed, but
You sent that to me.
It was mentioned last month during the CDE meeting, but we can't find anything in writing. And my staff is supporting me on that response.
Well, I read it. Somebody sent it to me by email.
Okay.
I could try to find it here.
Well, I think they mentioned it. It certainly was said out loud at the last meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we believe it was stated.
So I don't know whether maybe it's an agreement they have with CSI.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Board Member Schaffel.
It just seems like with all the ambiguity that we don't really know where the contracts would be posted. I mean, it just seems like, they might be here or there. It just seems like, parents and the public should know what agreements are entered into. And I understand that, there might be places where they could be, but we don't really fully know that, it sounds like.
Okay, Board Member McClellan, is your hand up again?
It is, Madam Chair. I promise I'll back off after this, but if it's compelling enough that they're making potentially non-binding verbal and or email comments to the extent that they'd be willing to post it at this other location and maybe we'll post a link, then why do you need the exemption in the first place? I'm just having trouble with why do you want this exemption if not to make it harder for the public, including parents and other stakeholders, taxpayers, reporters, anyone, to be able to discover this information. If you're not trying to obfuscate it for the purposes of limiting public transparency, then what are you doing? So again, I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Board Member Escarcega. Your hand's up.
Yep, it's down now. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the vote?
Board Member Durham?
No.
Board Member Escarcega?
No.
Member Esser?
No.
Board Member McClellan?
No.
Board Member Rankin?
No.
Board Member Shuffle?
No.
Schroeder?
No. Ms. Maramba, you're kind of, your volume is popping out. I don't know whether it's something that you're doing or whether your microphone's unhappy.
Okay. I'll speak louder.
That would be helpful, I think. Thank you. All right, Board Member Rankin, how many more do we have? Oh, good.
I'm looking at number 13, 22-33-104, compulsory school attendance. Do they ever have to show up? I'm just curious there.
Board Member Durham, do you want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve number 13, compulsory school attendance. District attorney prosecutes violations. Obviously, if I have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Thank you.
Obviously, district attorneys have no jurisdiction on the reservation to start with, so it makes the statute unenforceable. And the replacement plan states the tribe adopted and enforces a truancy ordinance that applies compulsory school attendance laws, which are not inconsistent with the state's laws to all school-age children on the reservation and their parents and guardians.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, this is Joyce. Does this not apply to the students that come to the reservation that are not living on the reservation only?
Madam Chair, the tribe has no jurisdiction over those students once they leave, so they wouldn't be able to initiate a prosecution at any rate. If the child who's not a resident of the reservation is theoretically attending the school, if they're not attending the school, they're violating truancy laws of the particular county where they reside.
So does this mean that the non-Indian school-age children that don't show up will be tracked down by the district, not the tribe? Is that correct? Tribe is not responsible for them. Is that what this means? Maybe I should be asking a lawyer.
Well, I think what it means is that they're not responsible for truancy if the person's actually not a resident of the reservation.
So,
Ms. Tolson, do you want to pop in, please?
Yeah.
I was originally inclined to say, no, I do not, but then you said please, and felt like I should.
All right, lesson learned.
Okay. So, I think the easiest place to look at what the waiver means is probably to look at the statute for which the waiver is sought. I know that sounds overly simplified, but the statute has a variety of components, most of which don't relate to sort of a who enforces truancy, but merely state what the obligations of parents are to ensure that their child is enrolled in a public school, a private school, or an appropriate homeschool program. So that's the primary focus of the statute. There is a subsection 4 that is part of the automatic waiver. So that's already been waived, that specifically says, the local board adopts an attendance policy, sets forth attendance requirements, specifies on excused absences and all of that, because that's going to be determined at the school rather than authorizer level. So that's waived. The enforcement language is largely elsewhere in statute, including in a statute that they've not specifically sought to waive because it relates only to school districts. That's 2233-107 that talks about, who works as an attendance officer and all of that. So honestly, waiving section 104 to the extent that it's primarily about the duty of parents to ensure that their kids are in school, it's difficult for me to sort out what the impact of that would be, particularly because this isn't a school with an attendance boundary.
So the way I read it, in what you read in the first part of that law, says that non-Indian school-age children, if they sign up to go there and never show up, that might be okay. That might not even be traceable, except that the school would say this student never showed up. If they were asked. Is that correct?
I simply don't know how that would play out. You know, we're in a pretty uncharted waters here. If a tribal resident child does not go to school, wherever they are enrolled, it is unclear to me who, if anyone, would be responsible for treating that as truancy and pursuing legal proceedings. But this isn't the statute that really governs that. This is just the statute that generally says, parents, you must have your kids in school.
So it's one of those things that's really not specific until we go to court with it, it sounds. But their daily attendance might be counted by the tribe because of this waiver.
No, that's true. They clearly cannot, they clearly can't commit fraud against the state and count kids that aren't there. I don't think this has anything to do with pupil counts.
Well, I go back to kind of what the chairman mentioned, was it yesterday, about how we count attendance and distance learning. If they just show up for 5 minutes, it's counted, you know, remotely, but I have no idea how they would manage that. But anyway, it just seems like it's kind of a gray area. It's not specific, but we're dealing with two different types of students, and I don't even know if there would be two different types of students going there. We have the non-Indian, and then we have those that are residents. So I guess it's one of those that has to be determined in court. Is this one, Mr. Cottonsetti, that is not in any other charter tribe that you gave us the report on? I don't have that handy, but that was a great document.
Yeah, I'll say on this one that it's the first time that this full waiver is being requested, the whole 104. However, 104 subparagraph 4 is an automatic waiver. All charters have it.
So partially it is a common, but this being specific with two different types of students is probably the new part.
Yeah, and I'd say it's the unique circumstance of the tribal charter school.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Board Member Esser?
Looking at their handbook, their truancy policy is very strict. And if students miss 5 days, the tribe can pursue legal action against the family. And I don't know that that's the reasoning for this waiver, but that would not be possible with non-tribal students. So they are much stricter than I used to be as a principal. Thank you.
Are we ready for a vote, guys?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Esparzaga.
No.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
No.
Board Member Sheffel.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
The motion fails on a 4-3 vote, or 3-4 vote.
Thank you.
No, it passes, doesn't it?
No, it fails.
Fails.
Board Member McClellan, can you manage one more?
With apologies, Madam Chair, I've had a boatload of coffee this morning.
Oh, we need one more and then we get a break.
Oh my gosh. All right, if you want me to call one out, I may have to.
Left. There's only one left.
Oh wait, I thought we had number 3, number 4, number 9, and number 15 and 17. Am I wrong?
I think
Maybe
you're
I
right.
am. We've got a bunch, Madam Chair.
You are correct, yeah, and we
All right,
may
in
want
that,
to,
in that case, let me call a break because we're taking a break a half an hour later than I would prefer. Will 10 minutes do it, guys? Thank you. Sorry,
All right.
seems quite
think it's Joyce's turn, but either.
Hold on.
It can't be my turn because I think I'm all done.
Oh, okay.
Sure, we're back on the regular record and we're live.
Thank you. Ms. McClellan.
Okay. The public schools financial transparency, it's request number 15. And I would welcome staff commentary or input regarding the ramifications of granting or not granting the request for a waiver from the public schools financial transparency.
Okay, may I have a motion, please? Mute. You're muted, Mr. Durham. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what's the number of this one? What's the number? Do we know?
It's number 15, CRS 22-44-304.
Okay, I'll move that we grant number 15, waiver request number 15. Let's see, CRS 22-44-304.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cottonsteady, I think.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think at a high level, I would say that the customary requirement for financial transparency for charter schools in this instance would be waived. And the way that financial transparency would be managed would be the way that financial transparency is managed for the tribe under the tribal policies.
May I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Mr. Cottonsteady, did I hear you correctly that we typically do grant this waiver for public charter schools?
No, the statute applies to charter schools. So the unique element of charters is that at the school level, they're required to post a financial transparency site, whereas district schools would not be required to have a financial transparency site.
Okay, but their district, at the district level, they're required to provide that financial transparency.
Correct.
So in the case of charter schools, rather than having that occur at the district level, it occurs at the building or school level instead.
Correct. And that's because charters have local control for their finances.
And this may be a question for legal counsel, or it may be something that you can speak to, Mr. Cottonsteady. Are we getting near the territory of where the tribe may be trying to make sure that the terms of this charter school operating on federal tribal land, are some of these waivers being asked for in order to keep a bright line with respect to that legal jurisdiction? Or I'm trying to think of a good reason why this should be waived. I'm generally never in favor of preventing transparency unless there's an extremely good reason, like a personnel issue, for example, or a legal dispute, or a real estate transaction that's under negotiation, something of that nature. But I'm really struggling with what would be a good reason for waiving this one. Did they give us insight as to the why?
I mean, I think what I had seen is where you're kind of confronting a unique situation is that the school is operating as an extension of the tribe. And so the school is challenged by needing to follow the existing policies and procedures of the tribe. And where that's somewhat unique is like you would typically be seeing the school operating within the district. And so that separation between the school practice and the district practice are distinct. And they're trying to thread the situation where they are an extension of the tribe and needing to figure out how to operate within the established policies and procedures of the tribe.
I'm struggling with this because I don't want to force them to open up books that are arguably unrelated to the school by virtue of the fact that the tribe is also the operator of the school. and I certainly don't want to tell them how to conduct their business, but stripping away financial transparency once taxpayer funds are involved, even in the form of grants, is giving me pause. And so this one is a struggle for me. So I'm glad to hear from colleagues what their thoughts are on this as well. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cottonsteady, on your report, there are 60 charter schools operating on tribal lands, and this particular waiver has never been granted, correct?
So the analysis on the number of tribes operate, or the number of charter schools operating on tribal lands, that's nationally. And so this waiver is a Colorado specific statute. So I don't know what the waivers would look like in those various states.
I see. So we're just comparing that particular waiver with this tribe as to how it operates in the state of Colorado. However, the tribe is a sovereign nation and they are under federal law, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cottonsteady, isn't there a piece of, I think it was ESSA, that required financial transparency, that required posting? We were one of the first states that managed to have all that. We were already underway in creating the opportunity for our districts to publish the financial stuff. So I'm trying to separate in my mind whether this even matters, whether there are differences between the federal and the state law. We have a state law because we were ahead of the feds, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and let me, so I believe, I might see if, I might wait to see if there's any other feedback on this, but I believe that's a separate provision of the law in terms of the school would be responsible for providing financial information to the state, and the state collection is what drives the federal reporting requirement.
All right, I'll let you call a friend while I call on someone else. Could you see if you could verify that, please? Ms. Maramba, you've got your hands up.
I do, Madam Chair. From our records, this waiver was voted on in your first motion, so it is already passed. So I think, I'm not quite sure. I would defer to Vice Chairman Durham, but I believe he would need to withdraw his motion, or we need to change that first motion that was made.
Well, thank you. There needed to be a motion to reconsider made by someone who voted on the prevailing side of the first motion, which was everyone, I believe. And then it would take 2/3 to, so absent a motion to reconsider, this is a settled question.
I think we haven't voted on this yet. So would we have you withdraw the motion if we haven't voted on it yet?
Remember,
oh, you mean
my motion, if this has already been voted on, if it was included, so my motion to approve this is out of order because it's a settled question.
Oh, I now I follow you. Okay, I follow you, Mr. Durham.
So I'll withdraw that motion. Are we sure it was in that first group?
I think I can explain how the error occurred, as it was my error to bring this forward in the discussions without having pulled it the first time. When I pulled everything but the kitchen sink, there were 3 items, numbers 12, 15, and 16, that did not appear on the first page, and I neglected to scroll down further, so that we inadvertently may have included and passed anything that Ms. Rankin did not enumerate, and that I failed to enumerate by virtue of the fact that it was on page 2. So she caught the peyote policy, item number 12, but that leaves 15 and 16, Public School Finance Transparency Act in the case of number 15, and number 16, asking applicants about a group membership. And I think we covered that one as well. So it looks like this is the only problematic one. So I move to reconsider the inclusion of request number 15, 22-44-304, Public School Financial Transparency Act, online access to information, to reconsider this item for waiver request.
So I need a second, and I need 2/3 approval.
I'll second.
Ms. Maramba?
Board Member Durham,
No.
Board Member Escarzaga,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
No.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle, Board Member Shuffle, are you with us? Sorry. I think you're muted.
Sorry, yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
So that passes 5-2.
So now, Mr. Durham, you can make that motion again, I guess.
Yes, I'll move. What are we on, number 15?
Yes.
The approval of request 15, public school financial transparent online access to information, CRS 22-44-304.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Ms. Esser, do you want to second that?
I
Okay,
second.
I got it. So, Mr. Cottonsteady, you're telling me that this is an item that we don't normally waive because it is designed specifically for charter schools to have to report separately because they are not, their finances are not a part of a district's finances.
Yeah, so this is the first time this waiver has been requested, and it's likely because the requirements on charters was explicit, and so charters are aware of that. But I will say that, you know, this is a unique circumstance.
Tell me also, please, did you say that even though they don't want to provide it online, that CSI will? Did I say that?
In this situation, I believe that they said they would defer to their tribal practices. So like essentially if someone wanted to request the information, it would go through a public information request process that the tribe already has in place. I know on your previous question about the federal school level financial reporting, I won't be able to find that right away, but I do feel quite confident that because that's a federal law, that this waiver would not excuse them from meeting that federal requirement for sharing their school level financial information with the state.
Well, I'm not sure that was with the state. Was it with the state or was it to publicly provide for it? Mr. Durham, do you remember we went through all that stuff when we were doing the ESSA? But because the state was already at it, we didn't worry about it very much. Hello, Ms. Oakes. Are you here to answer that question for us?
Yes, and I don't have the specific language in front of me. I can look that up for you. But you're right in that the state law having related to financial transparency, that predated the federal legislation. So we started our work in giving school level data and per pupil spending data prior to the rest of the states. So now with the ESEA or now I'm getting all my acronyms, with the federal legislation that required it. The federal legislation requires us to publish per pupil expenditures on a school level basis for all public schools in the state, which is very similar to what the state law requires as well. So for federal, the website that we created for our state law also became compliant with the federal reporting. And so we use the annual data that we collect from districts that includes all the charter schools as the basis for that reporting to meet both the state and the federal requirements.
So we can grant this waiver because it really will not have any significant effect on having the data available to the public.
Yes, there's one very technical caveat of the state is that they have to publish their information on their website, which that information that's required on the every charter school or district's website is a format, an Excel type format that's really not user friendly and so therefore not very much used. There is the requirement to have a financial transparency website that links, that really goes to that statewide, the financial transparency website. And so that's really more of the state requirement that we publish that. So I'm thinking that if this waiver is approved, they might not have the financial transparency website requirement linked from their homepage, but then it would be available and their per pupil expenditure information would be part of that statewide system, I believe is how it would work.
Great. Thank you for hopping in on this. Board Member Esser? Mute, mute, mute.
And I was doing so well.
Yes.
Has anyone, any of the board members or staff been to this area of Colorado? Do we have any idea what the ability of digital access? I've been to reservations where there's still no electricity. I'm just wondering if anybody knows what this looks like, this area.
Board Member Esser, I have been to the area a couple times. There are certainly still broadband issues where we continue, to push for more access and Wi-Fi hotspots and all of those things. But there certainly are some challenges that I've seen there around broadband and internet connectivity.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Commissioner Antis.
Board Member Escarza.
Thank you. So I know when I voted on this first, the idea that I still cannot find the confirmation, but I remember I asked the question, could they not just put a link on their page? This is very simple for them to do, and it would link back to CSI and all of the information. And I was told, yes, that they could. I don't know why. I don't think I would settle for less. It is so easy to put that transparency button. And I think I remember talking about this for something that I did with for the commissioner before I was on the board and I worked for her, that I went to every single district's website. You will see that transparency button there. And I don't know, and in the schools too, I don't know why it can't, just that button can't be there.
Board Member Rankin?
Well, from what I've read along those same, that question is that under the tribal rule, they can make the decision whether or not anything is posted. So it doesn't matter whether there's a link or there's information. If they make it, and even if you ask for it, they decide whether they can give you the information on anything. Other waivers are along those lines, giving the full authority to the Ute, Mountain Ute Indian tribe. And that was something that was really concerning to me, because who asks and might be just a flat no. And if it's a yes, they wouldn't need this waiver to not have it. So I would imagine it's something more that they do not want to post, but maybe they give it to CSI. I'm hoping that we at least know, whether or not the students are doing better there than they would otherwise. And I have to say, I questioned this one in the beginning, and it's that same gray area. We can assume they could do that very easily, but whether they do or not is this waiver determines.
Seems to me that if they get Title I funds, they are under the federal requirement. I'm getting confused now. Ms. Tolson, help me out, please.
I'm going to go one better. Well, obviously, yes, they would be subject to any requirements that are attached to Title I dollars. But I know your underlying question is what specifically is the ESSA expectation regarding financial transparency reporting? And I simply would need to refresh my memory on that. I don't have it at my fingertips. I do think, and she's going to hate me putting her on the spot, Isabel Brewer and I were just texting, and she has found a fact sheet on it online. But Isabel, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but maybe I am. Are you with us? Oh, apparently she's not.
I am with you reluctantly. Good morning, board members. Nice to see you all. My knowledge of this is very surface level, based on a brief Google search, frankly. But it does seem like, as Ms. Oakes mentioned earlier today, ESSA requires some school level reporting on per pupil expenditures, as well as teacher salaries.
Oh, huh. Wow.
So I'm going to propose something. We have, 5 more to go? I'm going to suggest that we may need to think that we're, I think, a full hour behind. Some of us are getting cranky for lunch, some not. I'm wondering if we don't need to put the rest of this, including some more clarity on this particular issue, whether this waiver is necessary or not necessary, to the March meeting. And I'm open to hearing from each of you.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Would it be all right if we put it to the end of today's business? Maybe we try to get through the one we're working on right now. That would leave us with just 4 remaining. It would be medical marijuana, code enforcement inspection, free expression in student publications, and oaths to the Colorado Constitution. Could we maybe try to cover that at the end today and vote on this one when we're ready?
We're still covering one that got pulled yesterday.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Durham, yeah.
I'll move that the balance of whatever number we're on. I'm on the wrong. Hold on here. Let me get my motion right.
Can I chime in before you make your motion?
Sure.
We do have a motion on the table for, we haven't taken the vote.
Yeah, we know it's
Do we want to take that motion up, and then board member Durham want to take a motion?
Ms. Maramba, probably not, because I think we're having folks look more carefully at the ESSA rule and the state rule. So that's one of the reasons I'm stopping this right now.
I'll withdraw the motion on the table with the permission of the second. If I have the permission of the second.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Then I would move that the balance of item 4.01 lay over until the March meeting, retaining its place on the calendar. I know some of our members are going to have to leave early today, and I think they all want to be present for the vote on this.
So that leaves 5 items for next time, the March meeting, including this one. Am I correct?
I believe that's,
okay.
And I want to.
Bill, do you want to give? I think we have a little more than 5.
I mean, yeah. Would you like me to read through them
Yeah.
No,
or just count them?
not really. I think we've
Count them.
really used up all the time that we've allocated to this. My understanding is that it is okay for us to move to complete this in March.
Okay.
And we have a number of other items and folks wanting. Mr. Cottonsteady, did you want to?
I think that I'm counting currently 8, and then there are 4 that the board did not vote to approve. That likely means you have to go back and either you have to take some kind of action on them.
We did, approving them.
So I think it'll help to put it off anyway, just because we're getting unclear on where we are on the whole list. So with your help, Mr. Cottonsteady, we'll get that also organized to know what we have left. And thank you for your help. Anybody object? Board Member Rankin, your hand is up.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would request that between now and March, we get a list of these again in the order with the ones that we need to take up again, but I would also like to have the vote with the names of how we voted on the ones that we already have voted on, if that's agreeable.
Sure, that's how we report, isn't it, Ms. Maramba?
It is.
Yes, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
So did the motion to lay over pass?
I don't,
We didn't get a second yet. We need a second.
No, I got a second, or maybe I didn't get a second. I don't
No, you
remember.
didn't get a second.
Second.
All right. Call the vote, please, to postpone the balance of this.
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes,
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
That passes.
thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to give notice of my intent to reconsider at the next meeting the waiver of 2233-104 compulsory school attendance.
So we're putting that back on the list.
Well, just a motion to reconsider. It has to get 2/3. So
Do I have a second?
you don't need a second. I'm just
Oh.
giving intent.
All right, Ms. Maramba, let's see if we agree with Mr. Durham's motion to reconsider one of our prior votes, please.
Madam Chair, from my understanding, he's just informing us that he will be taking up that motion at the March meeting.
Oh, I thought we had to approve it now.
No.
I think we're okay.
Excellent.
Just notice.
Thank you. Is there any chance we're ready to move on? Thank you. Next item is a presentation and discussion on Colorado's elementary and secondary education emergency relief grants. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, I myself am lost now. I believe
Melissa?
I'm turning this over to Miss Oaks.
Melissa and Ms. Oaks, yep.
Yes, Melissa Colsman and Miss Oaks, thank you.
Mute.
Miss Oaks, you're still on mute, sorry.
Okay. I was just checking to see if Melissa, she was going to start us off today.
Dr.
Sorry,
Colston,
folks.
go on.
I joined yesterday's meeting for some. So, and no one was there, so I apologize. Good morning, Madam Chair. For today's presentation in your meeting materials, you should have
Melissa, you're kind of going in and out. We can't hear you very well. I'm not. Now you're on mute.
Yeah, I was getting an echo.
I can hear you now. Try again.
So let me see if I'm still.
Yeah, just speak up maybe. I think your connection is a little short.
So what I'm going to do is go out and come back in. Jennifer, would you just go ahead and give an overview of the materials?
Mute, mute, mute.
Sorry. Today we're going to present to you an update on our the stimulus funds that we've received, both from the CARES Act and then the more recent federal legislation. So just to give you an update of where we are on all of this. So the CARES Act, as well as the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. And let me see. I will look at sharing my screen. Let's see. All right. I wasn't set up to do this. We're going to have Melissa do it. All right. And so hopefully you can see that.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So again, we'll give an overview. So here's hopefully a little visual representation that may be helpful. So initially in March of 2020, we had the CARES Act that included both the Education Stabilization Fund that had two parts, one of those being ESSER 1, which we've subsequently deemed ESSER 1. So the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, where Colorado received $120 million there. Then the GEER funds, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds. So Colorado received $44 million. There was also a portion of that, which is the CRF, the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And in Colorado, $510 million of that went to LEAs. That was not targeted by the federal legislation for education, but a piece of that was carved out in Colorado for education. Then in December, at the end of the month, there was the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, which had, again, the Education Stabilization Fund, which had the ESSER 2 funds, which sort of built upon that ESSER 1. There was also the GEER 2 funds, and a part of that is emergency assistance for non-public schools. So we'll dive into each of these in a little bit more detail. So we'll start with the CARES Act that occurred in March. So Colorado received approximately $121 million of the ESSER 1 funds. 90% of that was dedicated to a distribution formula based upon the Title I formula. So $109 million went to LEAs based upon that Title I formula. That allowed $12 million that could be retained for state level activities to address COVID-19 issues. And so that was more of a discretionary pot of funds for the state to distribute and allocate based upon the needs that were determined. So as of January of 2021, all of the LEAs have applied for their funds, the 90% funds, and then the time frame for the use of ESSER 1 funds is through September of 2022. So moving on to the next slide, I think I will turn it back over to Melissa, who is back with us now.
Thank you all. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Hopefully I'm a little bit more clear now. For ESSER 1 funds, the allowable uses for those dollars is anything authorized under ESEA, IDEA, Adult Education, Perkins, and McKinney-Vento, as well as specific costs related to responding to the coronavirus. So coordination with public health, ed technology, planning for long-term closures, training and supplies, mental health, summer school and after school, as well as other activities to ensure the operation of schools. Next slide.
Yep, sorry.
So this is a list of just a high-level view of what we understand that ESSER dollars have been used for so far. This is not in any type of order of use. This is just a high-level summary of some of the things that we've seen. The ESSER 1 applications were due at the end of December of 2020. We still had a few districts that needed some extra time to submit their applications, and those were finally all submitted about mid-January. This is a reimbursement grant, so we just get a sense of what activities that people are paying for from their budgets. So we see the use of purchasing educational technology, remote learning supports, being able to have resources on hand for preparedness and response, supplies, activities under ESEA and IDEA, mental health supports, planning for school closures, summer learning and supplemental after-school programs, and then kind of that other activities necessary to maintain operation and continuity. So those are the general categories that we're seeing so far. We'll be seeing more of a sense of the final uses of the CRF dollars that Jennifer Oakes will get into, because that original due date for drawing down those funds was December 30. So you're just seeing here just a snapshot of where we are with ESSER 1. Districts have until September of 2022 to spend these dollars. So we can keep a running sense of how districts are using these, but won't have a full reporting until the end of the grant period. So Jennifer?
Great. And so now moving back to the coronavirus relief funds. And as Melissa mentioned, the original deadline for these was December 30th of 2020. So a large majority of the efforts of districts were on expending the CRF funds prior to the focus on ESSER funds, just because of that deadline was December 30th. At that legislation that was passed in December, that extended the deadline to next December. So December 2021, the CRF dollars will have to be spent. But since that legislation came at the very end of December, the majority of those funds were spent because the planned deadline up until a week or two before the end of the year was December 30th. So, as I mentioned, CRF funds were not specifically targeted towards education at the federal level, but there were some of those funds that were dedicated and allocated to education by the governor. So the biggest portion of that was the $510 million that was distributed through a per pupil funding to LEAs. So that was a major portion of that. There was also a $37 million that was targeted through the school finance formula for at-risk students. And then finally, a $15 million that initially went to the Department of Public Health and Environment, but was moved to Education for Safe Schools Reopening Grants, and that was towards the end of that period. So we had 3 pots of money within CRF that was dedicated to schools. And again, most of that money has been spent. So here the percentages look very specific, but that may suggest more precision than's really appropriate. This is the dollars based upon what we received as of that December 30th reporting, but there's a little bit of play still in there. As you can see, the reporting said funded, the funds that were expended through December 30th was just about 99%. So just over 1% of the funds were not reported as being expended. We did have a few districts that did not meet that reporting deadline. It was an incredibly short turnaround time frame. So the funds expired on December 30th and the reporting was due on January 4th. And as you know, there's a holiday in there, so that's an incredible short turnaround. So it's understandable that we had a few districts that just weren't able to report in that time frame. So if you look and take out that missing those that weren't able to get us that report in that really short turnaround, we're looking at unspent funds of under 1%. The major uses of those, a lot of these funds were to increase the instructional hours in the fall. So that was one of the allowable uses that districts could compare the number of hours of instruction that they provided in the fall compared to those in the spring. In the spring, as you recall, it was within a week or two, they had to get remote learning up and operational in their districts. And so they were able to do so much more effectively in the fall. So a lot of the funds were used for that, just under a third of the funds. Also facilitating distance learning. So that might include devices, to provide devices, one-to-one devices for both students or staff. Just under a quarter of the money was spent on staff time diverted to COVID-related duties. So there was a provision in the federal legislation that said if a staff member has to change their duties from what they originally were hired to do over 50%, then that would be allowable. And I don't know if this example is really applied in any schools, but it's one that helped get my thoughts around it, is if you had a front desk person at a school who was normally doing administrative duties and, keeping that school organized. And now post-COVID, that individual was responsible for doing health screenings and making sure that temperatures were taken or cleaning for related COVID of the common areas. That was typically not part of that individual's duties beforehand, health screenings or cleaning and sanitizing. So paying that person for their time associated with those COVID-related duties was an allowable use. So that would fall under this time. And then public health expenses or personal protective equipment, that would be, a lot of the masks or sanitation or school health nurses, that sort of thing. So hopefully that gives you a flavor about where those CRF funds were used. So moving on to the second round of stimulus funding. So again, this was passed in December. It provided overall $82 billion for that Education Stabilization Fund. A portion of that was the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, that ESSER, so ESSER 2 in this case, and that was $54 billion nationally. And Colorado was allocated approximately $519 million to the ESSER 2 funds. So that's a little bit over 4 times what we received in the ESSER 1 funding. So of that 519, again, it was structured very much like the ESSER 1 funds. So 90% of those funds, about 467, flows to the local education agencies through that Title I formula. And then about 52 million may be retained for those state level activities, again, based upon what the needs are in Colorado. And so we're currently working on releasing the application for those ESSER 2. The team is busy testing that right now, so we're hoping that it will be released tomorrow. And so that will be open up for districts to apply for that 90% of the funding. What we've tried to do both with the application for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 is streamline it to the extent necessary or extent appropriate for districts while still maintaining that we have the appropriate assurances and so forth. These funds can be used through September of 2023. So ESSER 1 funds are through September of 2022, and there's one more year to expend the ESSER 2 funds. And the federal government, and we are encouraging districts to start with their ESSER 1 funds before they do the ESSER 2 funds, in part just because of that timing associated with the length of the allowability. So this will kind of helpfully be a useful side-by-side tool to show here's the ESSER 1 compared to the ESSER 2. So you can see it's about 4 times, a little bit over 4 times, and each of the allocations. So the 109 million in ESSER 1, and the 467, that's through that distribution. Then there's that state reserve of 12 million and almost 52 million. Part of that state reserve, a small portion, 0.5% is for our administration, and the rest will be allocated out based upon needs, and then the dates, 2022 and 2023. And so the allowable uses of ESSER 2, it's very similar to ESSER 1. So everything that Melissa covered, all of those different programs, they did call out addressing lost learning. So that was allowed before, but that was a highlighted focus area from the federal government on addressing lost learning, also improving indoor air quality, and then really any other activities that are necessary to maintain the operation and continuity of services at that district level. So then if we move into monitoring, so there is, of course, the monitoring and reporting that's always required. So CDE is required to monitor these funds. We are doing so in collaboration with our other federal funds. We think that's more efficient not only for us, but it's more efficient for the districts. We've been working very hard to provide detailed guidance to districts about what is allowable uses, giving training, technical support. We have weekly office hours where we go into a lot of details. We're doing as much outreach as we can. We really want to make sure that they have clear guidance. It's rather lengthy, but that's helpful, hopefully, so that they know exactly what is allowable or not allowable. And then we will be doing monitoring through that 2023, because that's when the districts have time to spend those. So I will turn this back over to Melissa now.
Just like ESSER 1, there is a state level reserve of 10% from ESSER 2, which in this case is close to about $52 million. And we've been working very closely with the commissioner on thinking through what are the ways that we can use these funds to maximize their impact. And so there's kind of three general areas that we have discussed, and the first is one that I know is something that we've talked about with you as a board, which is expanded learning opportunities. With the recognition that there has been a lost opportunity for learning for many students, whether it's because of extended remote learning or just other reasons why students could use some extra support. So we're looking at funding to districts to expand learning opportunities through ideas such as tutoring, extended day, extended year, summer school, or boot camps. And then also looking to see whether it would be helpful to support some district and community partnerships so that there can be more options for students in their communities. We're also looking at capacity building. With the coronavirus pandemic, we have seen a great need in additional teachers and substitutes to address quarantine and sickness issues for teachers who are quarantined and need to have a substitute. We've shared with you in the past just what a critical crisis this is in many of our districts. Also looking at providing some additional funding for online courses that districts can use. And kind of the third area that we've been looking at is how can we provide some continued support for our at-risk students or students who have been remote for long periods of time. So looking at specifically vulnerable populations such as our special education students and the BOCES that serve them. Also thinking through the supports for tribes and tribal students, and also facility schools. And then finally, because the ESSER dollars flow through the Title I formula, that means that some districts receive little or no funding, but they still have a number of at-risk students. So trying to think about how we can fill the gap there. So these are kind of 3 areas that we've been talking about in terms of how to maximize the use of those state level dollars. And now we'll turn it to you as a board for any questions that you have or suggestions for us.
Thank you, Dr. Colsman and Ms. Oakes. Colleagues, I'll go down the line. Questions, comments, etc. Board Member Sheffel?
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation. It's just helpful, you know, to kind of get the overview of the funds that have been allocated to Colorado and then how they're being dispensed. We've asked this question before, and I think you've answered it before, but I don't know if we've ever seen any kind of a document that would suggest accountability or return on investment for the funds. I had mentioned to Katie ClassWallet. There's other software programs out there that are great for accountability. A number of states are using that particular solution to track impact of these funds. And maybe there's other versions of that or other, you know, something else to use. But I guess just a lot of money, and you just wonder, is it doing anything? And I just didn't know if you had a response to that.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so we did look at ClassWallet, and at the time with ESSER and the CRF, that didn't seem as applicable. It seemed like a more useful tool for the district or school level, but that's something that we are looking at, that tool or other types of similar tools in terms of what we've called the EANS, which we mentioned up front is I'm not going to remember what EANS stands for, but it's a separate pot of funds for this recent legislation that goes to the non-public schools, where the department is in a role of more detailed previously what the districts would do. And so we think that that type of a tool may be something that may be more appropriate for that. So we're again looking at it in a different context. In terms of the accountability and return on investment, that is something that we are looking to get a little bit more clarity from the U.S. Department of Education. They have the legislation talks about reporting on lost learning and, you know, measuring that lost learning and the impact that this investment has had. So that is something that is baked in, especially to the second set of funding. But again, we're sort of on the front end and focused on that and haven't gotten very much guidance on that. So that is something that we'll be looking at more to make sure that what we do is consistent with those requirements at the U.S. Department of Education level.
Okay, that's great. And I know there was a pretty light touch on these funds by design, just so the districts would have max flexibility to use it as they need it, and they're local, so they know best how to do that. But I think it would be helpful, especially because I know many of us hear from constituents, teachers and parents particularly, saying, what is the money being used for? I didn't see it enhancing the software used for my child. I didn't see it enhancing the instructional minutes or, you know, unique uses of time instructionally that could fill in for some of the difficulty students have engaging with remote learning and things like that. So, I mean, it'd be nice to be able to say to them something like, well, it may not seem so, but 80% of it went here and 20% of it went there. And I don't know. There's a great model in Grand Junction that your district might look at or things like that.
Yes, and I think your point is well taken. You know, we have been focused on making sure there are needs, and there are disparate needs from district to district across the state about what their greatest need is, and we rely on districts to identify those. What the teams have been working very closely with districts on an individual basis. Not only are we doing that outreach, you know, globally about what are allowable uses, but as they applied for the funds individually, they each have a budget about their proposed budgets within the allowable uses. And then we have a team to review those. Number one, we want to make sure that they are all being spent on allowable uses. So there is a lot of detailed one-on-one for each district, reviewing their proposed budget and making sure that it's first allowable. And so that's been the primary focus of the teams to date. But then clearly, we also will now be moving with ESSER 1 and shortly with ESSER 2 into making sure that we have the right information on, in fact, how has that been spent, and then again with that reporting that is coming on, the benefits and addressing lost learning and so forth.
Do the districts have any obligation to ask parents and teachers who are kind of on the front lines of this, and students even, what they need so that those funds could at least address the spoken needs that, are surfaced from the various districts and communities? I mean, I know in my position and probably everybody else on the screen here, when you get extra money, you often sit down with your team and say, hey, these are additional funds. We know we have needs. How should we spend these funds? So that there's some sense that people are able to weigh in, as opposed to it just kind of gets put in a black hole and who knows what happens to it. I mean, allowable uses is the compliance piece. And then the other piece, of course, is what is it helping kids and teachers and parents?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any requirements that there has to be a stakeholder input. My guess is that many of the districts did that and to inform their decision making, but I don't believe it was a requirement.
Yeah, and it's good that we're not micromanaging this, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan?
Nothing from me, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. Board Member Escarzaga?
Thank you. I don't have any questions about this presentation. It's a nice update. Thank you so much. Very thorough. I'm thinking about this potential next set of funds, and are you all prepared? I'm just thinking this is going to be interesting, but it's going to be good. But do you have any crystal ball as far as even preliminarily, is it going to be a lot different? Is it going to be just more the same? Any ideas?
Board Member Escarzaga, I can take that a little bit. I've been in contact with some of our federal folks. What we're hearing now, it has changed a bit. What we're hearing now is that it will be more like an ESSER 3, so kind of similar allowable uses. It would come to the department. It would be a very similar mirrored process. So I think in some ways that's good because we've set up some of the systems, but I do think our teams are getting tired just because every time that new flex comes in, it's a whole, we got to set the applications up, set the reportings up, and the reportings have shifted over time, whereas the formula may not have shifted. There are other things that shift, which means we have to update all sorts of things. So there is some staff capacity issues, and I think we're running into the same staff capacity that districts are running into, which is they give you some money, some administrative money to hire people, but the length of time, the finding the people, the getting them hired, the getting them up to speed usually takes a bit of time, especially with the state process in some cases. And so we haven't been able to find all that help as quickly as the work is coming in. So, but we are committed to it. We know the districts need these funds. So we have lots of people working overtime on this.
And I would say definitely what you at the State Department, when you talk about mirroring, that's exactly what's going on at districts. And especially around finance folks, we've had some mass retirements. There's some shortages out there in the public sector for this kind of work. So it's very much along like teacher lines. It's going to be difficult, but.
I mean, we have talked, I think Board Member Durham and I have talked sometimes it's an absorption issue, like the amount of money you can spend. And it's nice because you have it. And so you're like, sure, in theory, we could hire 10 teachers. But in practice, there aren't 10 teachers to hire, and your neighboring districts are all trying to hire the same 10 teachers. Right. So this is a consideration we're thinking about in terms of this summer school piece. There just are some workforce constraints that we have to be aware of. And so that's why we want to also invest in the state capacity to get new people in the pipeline. You know, get potential substitutes in the pipeline, work with AmeriCorps to get some support, encourage some of the folks who have been laid off from other industries to maybe get into a teaching pathway. And so we're trying to do some strategic thinking about how we can expand the pipeline, because workforce does tend to be a bottleneck on this. So it's definitely an issue.
Thank you.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you have extra money you can't spend, Katie, send it over here. I think I can find a use for it. So
okay, great.
Yeah, gotta try. I think in looking at your potential expenditure of the funds, we did talk a little bit about being cautious with your community partnerships and really make sure that those can deliver real results, real meaningful results in terms of education progress. I think the easiest one to implement, and it may help your staff time if you are focused, is to fund the districts for more time, what I characterize as more time on task, which is tutoring, extended day, extended year. I think that could soak up a good, certainly a substantial percentage of the money in a very useful way. One of the things I'm not very excited about here on your list is the additional year of funding for online courses. You know, if students wish to remain online, if that's in fact a desire, there are existing options with multi-district online schools that have capacity without throwing additional money at it. And I would say that this sounds to me like really a potential duplication of effort. And when we have that option available in probably a much cheaper format. I think if you look at what I think is your best option, which is the funding for expanded learning opportunities, you can target those for your third bullet point, which is the support for at-risk students and districts that have had little allocations. So you might be able to save yourself a lot of time and trouble by focusing on the first item on the list. And then I think if your distribution criteria deals with at-risk students and people who've been remote for a long time and school districts that didn't get much funding, you might be able to kill several birds with one stone there. So I think it's a good plan. I think I would. The only one thing I would object to is probably I don't have a lot of confidence in online education. I hate to. I think it needs to exist. It certainly benefits some students, but I don't think it's a good option for the vast majority of students. I'd hate to see it maintained on a very regular basis as an option at probably great expense because there's no economies of scale if it's done district by district. Thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that report. It was very helpful. Just a couple of questions. You said that 30.5% of the funds were expended or are going to be expended. I'm not sure how you use that because the deadline's not there yet. On increasing fall instructional hours, how exactly was that measured?
Yes, so that was based upon the reported expenditures for the CRF. So those expenditures have taken place. And so what the guidance was that was developed when these, again, the CRF, the coronavirus relief funds, weren't targeted for education specific. So the allowable criteria or allowable buckets of uses was not specific to education. So it did have an economic development impact was part of that. And so based upon these funds came through the governor's office and had oversight responsibility for the state controller's office. So they really dictated the parameters of those allowable uses, and then used our existing infrastructure with the districts to ask us to distribute those. So what they had determined is that the allowable uses is if you take the number of hours per day at either a district or a school, or maybe it was at the grade level, elementary, middle, high, how many hours did you provide instruction during the spring, post-COVID, and then compare that to the number of hours in the fall. And then the instructional support based upon that percentage increase, teacher salaries based upon that percentage could be charged to the CRF funds. Does that help?
Yeah, there you go. But there was no determination as to whether that was hybrid or online only, or it was just instructional.
It was just instructional, regardless of the type of instruction, whether that was in person or remote or hybrid.
And districts can apply for ESSER 2 even if they haven't expended ESSER 1 yet. Yes. And it doesn't go out until September 23rd, or is that when it's due?
All of the funds need to be expended by September of 2022 for ESSER 1. And so the 90% has been approved for all of those. The ESSER 2 needs to be expended by September of 2023. That application period, again, will open up any day now, any minute now, and then the applications will be available through September of 2021. So they need to apply for it over the next few months, but then they'll have 2 years after that to spend, so 2.5 years to spend.
And I'm hoping the application isn't too weighty so that they have enough time to get that done. Because they also have trouble with having enough personnel, just like CDE. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes, I have similar concerns to Dr. Scheffel, and that's that high level overview that we probably will get further down the line of here's the money, here's where it went, here's what it went for, and here's the ROI. I mean, that puts it in a very simplistic way, but that's the type of thing I think we need to look at. Also, this is all like one-time emergency, so how could we even begin to think of hiring more people like teachers that, like this money would run out? So if it's one time only, I'm not quite sure how that fits in for what the commissioner was talking about to these funds.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in, Board Member Rankin. I think we were hoping that they could hire teachers, tutors, supplemental staff for summer school, for after school programs, for tutoring programs. So additional staff that goes beyond, the regular school day, which they already have their teachers for. And so they may be shorter term assignments or just a little added staff for a certain period of time to expand the learning.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for that. And I was just thinking too, as long as we've got your face in front of us, how is this working out as far as your administrative costs? I mean, are they continuing to grow because this money, you didn't even know there was going to be a second round? These things are piling up, and how much of a percentage does that go for admin, and is it enough?
Well, I will let Jennifer or Melissa, I think the percentage for admin is 2%, or no, okay, I was wrong. But I will agree with you that it's piling up. I will turn it to Ms. Oakes to talk about the percentage of admin.
Thank you.
So it is 0.5 of 1% of both ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. So for ESSER 1, that's just over $600,000. For ESSER 2, it's just under 2.6 million for admin. And so that's something that we, our focus has been on getting the guidance out there and getting the applications out there. And so we've been really focused on facilitating the communications with districts and really just, quite frankly, doing the work. And so now we're really looking at, okay, how do we make sure that we are appropriately capturing all of our administrative costs for our existing staff, and trying to figure out, you know, as the commissioner mentioned, it's not, you can't hire somebody on a dime. And so we've been sort of focusing on getting that done. So I don't think we yet have a good handle on what our needs are. We're actually right in the middle of that and have a spreadsheet going, but it's not filled out enough for me to get a sense of, that's exactly what we were talking this weekend is, let's look at how much time people have spent on it, because just an amazing group of team, and it's been cross-departmental. It's been really heartwarming to see like how these teams have come together, the amazing amount of work, but it is tiring on them. So I don't know that I can answer, is it enough or not? Because we're right in the middle of that. That money goes really quickly when you're looking at the number of people and the number of hours that they've been putting in, though.
Well, thank you for the report. It was very, very good. Well worthwhile, and I think they all should get a bonus. That's all.
So thank you all. I keep thinking, trying to figure out how to get some silver linings out of all this. And I am aware that our state is quite deficient in broadband. What, if anything, can we do to increase that, number one? And then number two, can school districts provide funding for those families where the broadband is available, but they can't afford to access it?
I can jump in here too. The Colorado legislature just passed an additional $20 million to add to the $2 million that we supported out of our CARES, out of our ESSER 1 allocation. And that was one of those grants that, again, I said, you know, we took a 2-day turnaround time to be able to get that out the door really quickly. So huge kudos to that team as well. So yes, there is a grant program that, again, is streamlined. It's like if you basically meet the criteria, you get the money. And we just have to track the money. So we have to have some sort of application and understanding. And so districts do have the ability to do that. I believe we spent about 15 million out of the 20 million. That's approximate, to allow districts to pay for those services. I will say there's 2 tracks on broadband, and this is really a huge focus of ours too, kind of behind, behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. There's the Band-Aid approach to broadband, which I would say is part of the 20 million. Now we have tried to approve some infrastructure options in that as well, but when you're talking broadband, you're talking billions, not millions. In terms of upgrading infrastructure. But some creative grants have come in. Now, we are also working in collaboration with the governor's office, the attorney general's office, other agencies that have a deep need to increase broadband across our state. For example, think about telehealth. Telehealth is a big issue now. So there are many other agencies that want to increase the broadband access across our state. So we do think not in the education bucket of money, but there are other federal big infrastructure sort of debates and discussions going on about putting a lot more dollars into solving the issue, not the Band-Aid approaches. But until we can get those, much bigger dollars and some infrastructure to be able to increase broadband sort of permanently. We still have to work on these short-term solutions.
Thank you. Yeah, I am looking for a silver lining. Just briefly, I think I want to address Board Member Durham's concern about online. Online can be very, very useful if you have a hybrid effort in tutoring, for example, where you have face-to-face work, but you, especially in math, you especially have some programming that lets kids practice, etc. So I don't want to discourage it. I just want to think about what sort of quality programming can be used to supplement and help kids, not to put them in front of a computer all the time, but to give them some flexibility to keep repeating, for example, areas that they have some problems with. So I'm kind of, I don't know where quality online work is developed, but that's a way that I would certainly support. I agree that we've got plenty of regular online curriculum with our multi-districts online schools, but there are other ways to use that can be very compelling and very helpful for kids, especially the ones that are responsive to how the kids answer them, etc.
Yeah, Madam Chair, would you mind if I responded to that a little bit?
I would be grateful, thank you.
Just because I do want to, Mr. Durham's point is very well taken. I just maybe want to expand on a little bit what we were thinking there. You know, we did invest a bit in the supplemental, Colorado Digital, gosh, there's too many acronyms. All our brain is Colorado Digital Learning Solutions, and that's under the umbrella of the Colorado Empowered Learning work that runs out of ABOCES. We were thinking of supplementing them for sort of one more year because they do have, it's supplemental online learning. So it's not a full online school. It's districts that are able to maybe have a class that needs to supplement their supports, or, you know, to help out with their workforce issues. We do hope that sometimes by going through that way, they have more expertise in developing the systems and developing the curriculum and having teachers that actually are trained in remote learning. So that was the idea there, was to just give them one more year of sort of bridge funding to, you know, allow districts to have that flexibility to supplement their pieces. So I don't know if that helps to clarify anything.
That's helpful for me. Any other comments or questions? So this is not a board vote, this is an information item, and I thought it was just excellent. And sure appreciate you bringing it forward. I'm sure you'll have more to share with us. Next item on the agenda is also an informational item on special education student outcomes and COVID-related support. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Kolsman and Paul Foster. I don't know, Paul, are you a doctor? I don't know that.
Yes, not a real doctor.
Dr. Foster and Dr. Kolsman. I apologize for not addressing you correctly.
No worries.
Yeah. Good afternoon again, board members. So yes, this is a presentation on special education student outcomes and COVID-related supports. And we're bringing this forward really at the request of the board. Back in October, we had a presentation of the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee, and the board asked some great questions about, well, how are our special education students doing? So that's why we're here today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you, and we'll get started. So materials for our presentation today are pretty simple. We have a PowerPoint as well as a memo. And again, I'm Melissa Colesman, Associate Commissioner for Student Learning. And our primary presenter is Dr. Paul Foster. He's our Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services. So we have kind of a three-pronged approach for you today, is to get a sense of how our special education students are doing in Colorado, to understand some of the COVID-related challenges our districts are facing, and to talk a bit about the support that our CDE is providing. I do just want to note that we did need to change out our presentation. I think it was on Tuesday. That was very late notice. We found some incorrect information in one of our slides, and we wanted to make sure the most accurate one available. So today what we'll be doing is kind of giving kind of the high-level overview of how our students are doing. We recognize that we haven't had regular presentations on outcomes for students with disabilities, so it is possible that there are things that you would like to learn more about in subsequent visits, and we're very happy to be able to do that. So I'll go ahead and turn this over to Dr. Foster.
Thank you, Dr. Colesman, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Anthis. Thanks for giving us this time. I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to be in front of you. And as Dr. Colesman said, I'm the Executive Director for the Exceptional Student Services Unit, and in that particular unit, we have the Office of Special Education, as well as the Office of Gifted Ed, and the Office of Facility Schools. So this is, what I'm sharing with you today is information that's really kind of near and dear to me. At the end of the day, I'm a special education teacher. I've been one for 30 years, and I'll continue to be one. I also happen to be the parent of a child, a young adult actually, with a disability. So I have kind of walked that road and know some of the struggles that parents face. And so I'm very vested, not only from a professional standpoint, but really from a personal standpoint about improving outcomes for children with disabilities. So just a couple of pieces of information by way of background before we get started diving into the report. Within each state, we have to report indicators to the Office of Special Education and the U.S. Department of Education related to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And really, we call it the State Performance Plan and Annual Progress Report. And so within that annual reporting, we have 17 indicators that the state reports on. I won't go through all of them right here, but they include things like parent involvement, transition from early intervention programs to school age programs, preschool outcomes, academic achievement, dispute resolution, placement of students in the least restrictive environment, and concerns related to disproportionate representation in special education. The other thing that you'll hear me refer to sometimes is administrative units throughout the presentation. In Colorado, we designate administrative units as being the entity at the local level that is responsible for the implementation of IDEA. And in some cases, you have school districts, larger districts such as Denver or Jeffco, Douglas County, which basically serve as their own administrative unit. And then you have other situations such as the Southeastern BOCES, which is an administrative unit, but it's made up of 12 different school districts. So let me tell you a little bit about our accountability system here in Colorado. We refer to it as the results-driven accountability. And as a part of that system, CDE, Office of Special Education, annually provides our administrative units with designations that are related to both student outcomes and compliance indicators. And I can share that information with you if you'd like later regarding those outcomes and administrative units.
Hey, Doctor, can you yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everybody's can everybody just you mute? All right, let's
Ready for me to try again? I'm still getting a pretty good echo on my end.
Getting it here too.
Would you like for me to continue? I'll try to remove the headset and see if that helps. All right, is that better?
Dr. Buster, are you streaming YouTube in the background or anything? We do see it's coming from you, some of our IT folks.
All right. Any
I think
better?
that's better. No?
I'm still getting an echo.
Okay, we're not getting an echo anymore.
Okay, no, I'm good now. All right, that sounds good. Okay. All right, so sorry about that. We'll try to, I'll try to make up for some lost time here and speed things up a little bit. So we'll look at some higher indicators, higher level indicators, and move through this presentation. So one of the first things I think we want to talk about is where students spend their time. We report that under the IDEA so that there's an indication of where students are spending most of their educational day. We think this is important because it helps us know, where students are being educated. It helps us direct technical assistance, and it also ensures that students have access to curriculum, and we're not intentionally separating students from their general peers. We look at 3 different categories when we report. Really, we look at students who spend 80% or more of their day in general education, students who spend 40 to 79% of their day in general education, and students who are in schools, classrooms, or facilities. So let's take a look at that data. What we see is that most students in Colorado most special education students in Colorado spend most of the day in a general education classroom. You'll see that for the past 6 years, over 70% education students in Colorado spend 80% or more of their education. This has really increased over time. From 72.8, 14, 15.
Pastor, for a second. I think we're having the problems again. I don't know if maybe we should take a break for lunch and try to rectify these things, have people come in and go out again, for what the technology is. But Madam Chair, do you have a preference?
Why don't we recess?
Sorry, Mr. Durham. I can't hear you anymore.
At all? Can you hear me now, Katie?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Maybe we just recess for lunch? Sorry, that might be.
I mean, Madam Chair, I leave it to you. It sounds better now, but again, I just don't know. I don't know what the issue is. Paul, do you want to?
Try it again.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep trying.
Sounds okay right now. I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know what's happening.
All right, so I'll keep plowing forward until you wave me down, all right? So, so again, on this graph, what we're looking at is where students spend most of their day. And in Colorado, most of our kids, about 70% or more of our special education students, spend 80% or more of their day in the special education classroom with their non-disabled peers. You'll see that those kids who spend 40 to 79% of their day, that number's declining over the past several years. So it went from 7% in 14-15 to about 5.3% this past school year. And then those students who really have more significant needs, and are in more separate kinds of settings, separate classrooms, separate schools or facilities, that number's really stayed very consistent. So based on the most current comparison data we have, Colorado is 4th in the nation in terms of special education students who are spending most of their day in general education. We're behind Alabama, Nebraska, and Vermont. All right, so another area of IDE accountability is related to academic achievement, indicators related to academic achievement. So what we'll look at next is math and literacy outcomes for special education students. This data really, helps us know where we're targeting assistance. It helps us put student performance for students, special education students in context. And so we'll look at not only how our students with disabilities in Colorado compare to their non-disabled peers, we'll also spend a couple of minutes looking at how they compare at the national scene. One of the things I think is going to be important as we look at student achievement is to keep in mind that students with disabilities or special education students, they really qualify for special education, for multiple reasons. The majority of our kids, about 45% of our kids, qualify as students with specific learning disabilities. A much smaller number qualify, say, for example, as students with intellectual disabilities. That's only about 3% of the special education population. So really, I think what I'm trying to communicate here is that very few students qualify for special education really because of some type of cognitive impairment. Really, there's only a couple of our disability categories that include cognitive impairment as one of the criteria that a student has to meet in order to meet that definition. So what we're looking at in this particular graph is the percent of special education students who meet or exceed expectations on both the ELA and the math portions of the CMAS. So we see that in the 15-16 school year, about 6.27% of special education students were meeting or exceeding expectations on the state ELA portion. Or the state assessment, the ELA portion of the state assessment, and about 6.13 were meeting or exceeding expectations in math. So we do see that by 18-19, student performance then on ELA assessments had risen to about 9.04% were meeting or exceeding expectations, and about 7.38 were meeting or exceeding expectations in math. So we're going to move now to students who take the COALT, or the Colorado Alternate Assessment, which we do refer to as the COALT. Just a little bit of background about the Colorado Alternate Assessment. It's really designed for students who have the most significant cognitive needs and are instructed on alternate achievement standards. In Colorado, we refer to those alternate achievement standards as extended evidence outcomes, and they are aligned with our Colorado assessment standards. So on the alternate assessment, you're going to see really where student performance has declined over the past 4 years, both in the ELA and the math portion of the assessment. And keep in mind that this particular test is really designed for really about only 1% of the student population. In fact, ESSA actually puts a cap on states. And if you go over that 1% as a state, you have to give an explanation as to why. We're not over that 1% here in Colorado. And, we are, like I said, seeing a decline. And one of the things we have done is we've really been intentional on educating the field about what students are appropriate for this assessment. So at the same time, the scores are going down, the actual numbers of students who are taking the assessment are also going down. So we're kind of thinking that, that maybe that historically, there may have been students who weren't really appropriate for this test that would have been more appropriately assessed on CMAS. And as districts gain a better understanding of this, we're seeing better decisions being made by IEP teams. We're seeing those numbers fall. But again, we're seeing that the scores are going down somewhat. So that's troublesome to us. All right, so we're going to go back to CMAS real quick, and we looked at how students were performing, how special education students were performing. So we're going to put that in the context of how students with disabilities or special education students are performing on CMAS compared to other students in Colorado. This particular graph that you're looking at now is comparing special education students meeting or exceeding expectations to the all student group that met or exceeded expectations on the ELA portion of the test. We see that performance continues to improve for both groups, but we also have to note that special education student performance continues to lag behind the all student group. On this next slide, we see basically the same is true for math. Overall student performance is improving, but just like we saw on the ELA section of the assessment, special education students lag behind the all student category. So, clearly there's this discrepancy between what we see in terms of the performance of our special education students compared to the all student group. And that, simply isn't, that's not acceptable. We want to change that. And we, understand that, it's going to take a great deal of effort on the part of both special educators and general educators to change that, especially since we have such a high number of students in special education who spend, the majority of their day in the general education environment. All right, so moving on, I'd like for us to spend just a couple of seconds here looking at how special education students in Colorado compare to the all student. I'd like for us to shift to the national perspective. Sorry, I tripped over my words there. So what we've got here is a comparison of Colorado special education students to a national sampling. And we do that by looking at the National Assessment of Educational Progress scores, which is given every other year in both reading and math. So we're comparing special education students in Colorado to special education students across the country. You can see that in general, Colorado special education students are performing below their special education peers at the national level. I think we do want to note that a couple of those years are statistically significant. We see that for 2015 and 2017, that gap, is obviously something we're not pleased to see there either. The story's a little different in math. As we switch to the next slide, we see that special education students really perform very much like their national peers until about 2015, and at that point there was a decline. Again, a couple of years are statistically significant. That was again 2015 and 2017. The gap is closing somewhat, but unfortunately the gap is closing a little bit, or the gap is closing because we see a little bit of a decline at the national level. So at the end of the day, we see not only in Colorado, but across the country, we have a lot of work to do to close the gap for students with disabilities in their performance. All right, this next slide, and I'm going to go ahead and let you know that for both 13 and 14, we're going to be looking at the same data set. It's reordered a little bit to help make the point. So this first slide is fourth graders who took NAEP, and they are students from Colorado who do not have disabilities. So these are general education students. So when you're looking at this, you'll see that our fourth graders without disabilities, if you look at that kind of big yellow arrow there that points to Colorado, our fourth graders ranked 10th, when you compare them to the other states, the District of Columbia, and the Department of Defense schools. Our students are doing pretty well. You do again see, just because I think it's, kind of full disclosure, you see a range of scores there that are not necessarily significantly different from Colorado's scores. But what we do see is our students without disabilities are performing in the top half, I guess, basically, and they're above the national average. So switching to the next slide, we see same data set. It's just reordered a little different. And now we're focusing on students with disabilities compared to the other states. And so where you see Colorado's ranking moves to 31. So, again, there's that range of scores and quite a few of them in this situation, in which they're not statistically different from Colorado's scores. But I think what we're seeing is that, our students in Colorado, when you compare them to how our non-disabled students are performing, there's still that gap. We're also seeing that, at the national level, our students are performing, somewhat below the national average. So again, concerned that, our students in Colorado with disabilities, seem to be lagging behind somewhat. All right, I'm not sure that any board presentation would be complete without a little bit of talk about the READ Act. And so I want to give a little bit of time showing you how our students are performing within the READ Act and some of the assessments there. The board knows, I know that the READ Act requires teachers to assess the reading development of K-3 students and determine whether students are significantly below grade level expectations, and if necessary, develop a READ plan. And so when that student is significantly below grade level, that's referred to as a significant reading deficiency. So that it's really easy. We see this in the field quite a bit for people to confuse a significant reading deficiency with a disability. It's not a disability, it's a designation. And it's really pretty unique to Colorado. But having looked at that, I think what this graphic shows you here is that roughly 50% of all of our special education students in grades K-3 are identified with a significant reading deficiency. If you dive a little deeper, of those special education students who are identified, about 36% of those children within that larger 50% group are children with specific learning disabilities. So, definitely we see an impact of children's disabilities, on grade level proficiency in reading. All right, so I know that the information, I've presented to you is maybe a little discouraging in some ways. Some days it's a little discouraging to me. But what I want to do now is talk a little bit about how our students are doing once they leave school. So one of the things we have to do under IDEA is report student engagement after 1 year after exiting high school. I'm also going to spend just a couple of slides on showing you graduation rates as well as student dropout rates for special education. So we'll start off with the graduation rates. What we're looking at here is both the 4-year and 7-year graduation rates for special education students compared to the 4-year graduation rate for all students. You see that for the 4-year graduation for special ed and the 4-year graduation for the all student group, there's a gap. The good news is that we see the longer students or special education students stay in school. We begin to see them approach that 4-year rate for all students. So by year 7, students, special education students are beginning to approach the same graduation rate as our all student group for 4 years. In terms of dropouts, one dropout is one dropout too many. But just like we see across the board, we see dropout rates decreasing. We see that decreasing for students with disabilities, but it's still a little higher than the all student group. So this is where, I begin to see that, we do have some positive outcomes. So as I noted, one of the things we have to report to the Office of Special Education at the U.S. Department of Ed is engagement of students 1 year after exiting high school. And so engagement is defined as being enrolled in higher education or some kind of other post-secondary training program, being competitively employed, or some kind of other employment, which could be considered self-employment. So as you can see, the secondary, the post-secondary engagement has been trending up. We had a little bit of a dip with the most recent data, I would suspect, that probably has something to do with the pandemic. I can't, say that for sure, but I'm hoping that's just a blip and not any type of new trend. But our students are more engaged and are becoming more engaged in meaningful post-secondary activities. What we see on this particular slide is it's sort of broken down into the subcomponents, so that we see that about 24% of our former special education students are enrolled in higher education a year after graduation, or some other kind of training program. 45% are competitively employed. 4% are in some type of post-secondary education or training program. Sorry, I was repeating that. About 6% are in some other type of employment. Unfortunately, we do see that about 21% of our kids post high school 1 year later are not engaged. So, we've talked about a lot of data and a lot of data that we've tracked. And, that's part of our responsibility is to track that data, report that data. But I think, one of the things that's really more important about what we try to do day in, day out in the Office of Special Education is to support districts. They're the actual agent of change, but we take seriously our role in, supporting them so that they can make those changes. So, a couple of things. One, our accountability system for special education is really an important driving force factor, I guess you'd say, in helping us, make changes. So we're required under the IDEA to provide updates to districts and give them determinations on an annual basis and report to the Federal Department of Education how we're doing in terms of compliance. One of the things that we do a little bit differently here in Colorado that we did probably about 2016 and then 2017, it was in full force, is that our accountability or our determinations are really a 50-50 split. 50% is based on compliance, which that's important because that ensures procedural process for students with disabilities, things like making sure that students who are referred to special education have a timely evaluation and are evaluated and served in a timely way. But the other 50% is about student outcomes. And that's something that we do a little differently here in Colorado. That's not something that every state does. So I feel like that is an important step in focusing on outcomes and not just compliance. The other thing that we have developed, and all states are required to do this, but we've developed our state systemic improvement plan. Obviously, you can see reading is a concern to us, I think, based on some of the data that I've provided. So our state systemic improvement plan has really focused on early literacy for students. We have spent quite a bit of effort on our structured literacy project. It's in schools, or it focuses on K-3 students. We really try to ensure that teachers in those schools have ongoing professional learning focused on evidence-based instruction, coaching, and leadership training. It's really about seeking to move students toward grade level proficiency. And as of today, we're in about 30 elementary schools. So moving on, the next thing I'd like to focus on is we are looking at, obviously how to support students with disabilities in their general education setting. That's a lot of really where the instruction's delivered in the structured literacy project. But we also, keep in mind that we have students with some, more significant disabilities. So we focus on training for teachers who have children with autism through our Autism Literacy Institute, special focus on students with, vision and blindness, students with hearing impairments, and then just really working to, provide teachers, our targeted special ed students or special education teachers but we really, this is open to anyone in terms of helping teachers, assess, prevent, and intervene in learning difficulties. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that, we think the READ Act training, the teacher requirements around that, the training requirements for teachers around that, it's going to help support first best instruction for all students, especially those students who are in the special education students who are in the general classroom that are most vulnerable to failure. And then we also know that our special education teachers across the state will benefit from the training that will be provided. All right, so we're on the home stretch. And what I want to do is just switch gears a little bit. I know there's been some, question and, some interest, I guess I should say, in, how COVID is impacting our schools, especially our special education programs. What are the challenges they faced, and then also what has been our response at the department. So one of the things that really became clear early is that, special education services, students' right to appropriate services, that was going to remain intact in spite of the pandemic. So every student under the special education umbrella is entitled to a free and appropriate public education. And so it was clear that, that was something we were going to have to figure out. We were going to have to figure out how that was impacting districts. What kind of support did special ed directors need? What kind of support did teachers need? And what kind of support did our families need? So it really was, three big questions, what it boiled down to. And so I'll go through these quickly. One of them is, we found ourselves asking the question, can some of the educational or related services be delivered through a remote or online service? So, it could be really difficult, perhaps even not feasible to deliver some services such as, physical therapy, occupational therapy, Braille instruction, through some kind of remote or online delivery. So, that was an issue. And what we saw is, some of our schools as early as, late spring going into the summer, as soon as it was safe, for them to bring students back in very small groups or one-on-one, they began really working hard to figure out ways to bring some of these students back for some of those services that were really difficult to deliver. And so sometimes it was something like physical therapy, sometimes it was reading instruction. I know that some of our schools, for example, in Aurora, they had students coming in to their building and they had something that looked a little bit more like online services being delivered in the building, but with teacher support, of that instruction. We know that DPS, brought back some of their center-based students, and center-based programs are programs that are typically for students with more intensive needs. That was, that small number, that's a very small percentage of students that you saw on that very first slide related to where they're receiving services. So they brought those students back. They were in person until winter break, and my understanding is that they're back. So we've seen a lot of creativity in terms of, how can those students who need some of those really more direct in-person services, how can they be delivered? Sometimes, the second question is really, does the student benefit from remote or online services? And by the nature of some kiddos' disabilities, it's going to be hard for them to attend to that online instruction. Or, it really requires some pretty specialized instructional strategies to deliver that instruction. Some kiddos need really high rates of reinforcement, and that reinforcement has to be really tangible, very social. Seeing the teacher really smile at him, give him a high five to keep them engaged. Sometimes you have to use prompting, concrete objects if you're introducing a skill or concept, and specialized equipment. All of those are things that can, be challenges. So then the next question that kind of boiled up was, what's the implication for school districts if they can't deliver those services? And so, that began to become a big question at the national level. And the feds sort of led on this with, discussion around compensatory educational services. What's unfortunate about that is that compensatory ed services, kind of have a negative connotation because they tend to be something that is awarded, by the state or court if a school district has failed to provide services. So that's not the case here. Obviously, school districts were not choosing to not provide services. Sorry, that was an awkward sentence, but they wanted to do it. They couldn't because of COVID. So that was an unfortunate term that the feds used. However, it is becoming clear that for some students, there will need to be some kind of compensatory services. And so we know that our school districts are really concerned about that. We began trying to give guidance early on about what you needed to look for and how you needed to prepare for that. What we're looking for, is where are those students who, really have lost significant ground since March, and what might we have to do to bring those kiddos back to where they were pre-COVID. We also basically engaged in 4 strategies. One was early and frequent communication. We routinely met with stakeholders. We met with the Consortium of Special Education Directors. We met with the BOCES Association. We met with parent and disability advocacy groups. And they really helped us form our guidance because it was through that interaction that we, began to hear what their struggles with. The other thing that we really focused on was, what kind of direct support could we give to teachers and parents? So our disability specialists, our consultants jumped in. They spent a lot of time trying to curate resources. No secret, there's a ton of stuff out on the internet, tons of resources, but we really, really worked hard to make sure that we were providing sources that were reliable and were useful, so people weren't, clicking on things that wasn't, that weren't very helpful to them. Our disability specialists and consultants started office hours in March of 2020. Most are continuing and plan to continue through May of 21. And really these range from, we had large, kind of packed Zoom rooms, I guess you'd say, with people who needed information, all the way to smaller groups of teachers that it really evolved into kind of a problem-solving team to support individual teachers. Guidance was really important, especially to special education directors and administrators. We weren't getting a lot of direction from the Office of Special Education, so we jumped in and began developing guidance. The good news, I was holding my breath a little bit, we didn't have to backtrack on any of our guidance. We were pretty much right on with what the feds ultimately came out saying. So that really, I think is credit to our compliance folks over in our general supervision and monitoring group. But we developed guidance that ranged from, how do you deliver remote instruction? What are the requirements around that to ensure you're meeting the child's IEP, individual education plan? How do you continue to ensure that you're completing evaluations remotely for children who may have been referred to special education? What do you need to do about transportation issues? If I'm a speech path, can I do telehealth, or telepractice? So lots of guidance went up around that. And then finally, we know that, this is going to have a fiscal impact on districts, especially, when we began looking at how do we make up services. So, the good news is that over the past 3 years, CDE has rolled out an additional $16.5 million in supplemental allocations to Colorado school districts. Obviously, we weren't planning on a pandemic. That wasn't on our radar. But the result of that is that districts have been able to carry over some of those funds from year to year. So collectively, districts were able to roll over $17.6 million into the 2021 budget year. So we're certainly hoping that that will give them a little bit of a cushion to support their needs. What we're doing within the Office of Special Education, we're really conscientious about the fact that every dollar that stays here in Denver is a dollar that doesn't go to a student. And so, obviously there are things we have to do, things that we believe are good in supporting the districts. But some of the things we're doing is we're delaying filling open positions. We're letting those stay open for a while. Any savings we had this year from things like travel, conference budgets have basically already been designated to be carried over And then we recently did budgets, and every single group, I'm pleased to say, came in under budget from last year. So folks have really taken seriously that call to think very carefully about how we're spending our dollars. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I think it's clear that we have a long way to go in closing the gap for children with disabilities. We know it's a huge challenge, but I know I am, and I know the team that I get to work with every day is very committed toward that end. And as Dr. Colsman indicated, I'm more than happy to come back anytime you'd like information. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair, for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. That was a great report. I will go down the line. Board Member Rankin, questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, that was a great report. I really appreciate it, and I hope we do it again in the future, having a report from Dr. Foster on what actually is going on in the state in the line of special ed. I was wondering if these one-time federal dollars, how that was distributed, or did special ed get a special amount of money that they have not received before, and what are his thoughts on the adequacy of that?
And I may refer some to Dr. Colsman on this too, but I do know that we did distribute some additional dollars through our BOCES, and that there's discussion about how that may be used with ESSER 2. And then I'll let Dr. Colsman add to that.
Correct. Right. All of the federal COVID relief dollars for education have flowed through either the CARES Act or the new CRSSA Act. And so, and the allowable uses were anything under IDEA. So districts are allowed to use those dollars. But as Dr. Foster noted, we did use some of our state set aside for ESSER 1 to help bolster supports for students with disabilities, and that is obviously something that we could also do with ESSER 2 state set aside.
And then on another question for Dr. Foster, those extensive supports, I know when COVID first hit, we did hear from the special ed students' parents about how difficult it was for them to have to, and I can totally understand. Those students really look forward to going to school. Mm-hmm. I have had experience teaching them too. And how did you, like, for lack of a better word, put a cut score in there as to who gets more intensive services and who doesn't with special ed students? Is there a formula, or does the district just decide on that? How does that work?
Well, really, that is something that's at the district level. They know the children the best. So, and I'm hoping I'm answering your question. So the child's IEP team really developed their course, their plan. And then, what we really made every effort to do, and it was extremely challenging at the beginning, and it still is extremely challenging, is to, one, help everybody understand that if they were getting intensive services, they continued to be entitled to those intensive services. But as we worked with not only school folks, but we also worked with the disability advocacy community to say that might not look exactly like it looked in the school setting. So in other words, if my child was getting 2 hours of speech services a week in a small group of 4 kids, and the speech path was pulling all those kids together in a room, what it might look now is maybe the speech path is, doing, 3 15-minute sessions one-on-one online. And so, it's not a question of necessarily just time. It's a question of how, are we delivering the intensity of services that's meeting the child's need? So it's, it's not too much of a stretch to say for every child with an IEP in Colorado, there's a different answer. But it's that's one of the huge challenges. So I hope I answered that question. If I didn't, please let me know.
You did, and if anything needs to be at a local level, it's that decision making. One last question: how many special ed students do we have in the state of Colorado?
We have right at 100,000, and I thought someone might ask that question, so let me jump to that real quick. We have, as of our September, as of our most recent count, we have 94,247. So we're down a little bit, I think, like most enrollment, we're down a little bit this year.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that report.
Thank you.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Foster, for an excellent report. Just for the sake of clarity for those listening and for all of us on the board, when we're thinking about who is in this category and who may not be in this category, are we talking about every student with an individualized education plan and every student with a 504 plan, or just some of them?
We're really, in this context, we're talking about students who qualify for special education, who have an individual education plan. We're not talking about students who may receive accommodations under 504.
Okay, so would you, in this category, for example, be including students whose only individualized education plan designation might be, say, speech therapy, for example?
Yes, that's correct. They would be considered in this group.
Okay, so if you've got an IEP, you're in this category, even
Correct.
if it's for, okay, that's very helpful. You touched on some disappointment with respect to performance, and I'm hoping to understand, you seem to indicate that it may be possible that some of the students were shifting over to assessments that were not differentiated from the assessments that the majority of their peers are undertaking. Do we have a way of helping us understand whether maybe that's why we're seeing some of the challenging numbers, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking, I'm working with some of the consultants who work more specifically with those populations to see if we really can tease it out and get a feel. As of today, what I presented was really a theory. I don't think it's a bad theory, and other people hold that theory, but I certainly couldn't, say absolutely that was the case. About the only thing I can really say is that as we begin to see a decline in those co-alt scores, we also saw a decline in the number of students taking it, which aligned with our work, the technical assistance that we were providing to make sure people understood that the co-alt was really designed for a very specific population. We found some situations where kids who really, they were not being educated on the extended evidence outcomes. They were on the regular Colorado assessment, Colorado academic skills. They were being taught, but they weren't being assessed there. So there was a mismatch. So could that be causing maybe our scores to drop a little bit in both areas? I think it could. So.
Okay, I appreciate those insights. And then with respect to coronavirus aid or coronavirus support, related support, we know that Colorado teachers are eligible for coronavirus vaccine. And I guess my question is, given that this is being administered at the local district level, does that allow districts some discretion to address the needs of special education teachers, maybe shuffling them first in line in the event that district personnel can see that they're in a more challenging position with respect to the nature of their work? Or do we know?
I'm not aware of that. There may be some other individuals from CDE who could give a little bit more information of that. I haven't heard of prioritization of special education teachers as of yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Foster. It was very thorough. I have to say, when you first sent out the PowerPoint, I looked at that one that shows CMAS and how the SPED students performed, and I read 90%, not 9.08. And I thought, who identified these kids? But I've got it now. I've got it. How would you explain that we're ranked 10th on CMAS in our regular ed programs, and then when it gets to our special education students, we fall much further behind in the nation? What do you think that refers to?
Yeah, it's complex, and so I have my own thoughts and things that I've obviously discussed within the Office of Special Education. I think there, some potentially a couple of reasons. One, it's really, I think it says a lot about the educators in our state that we have such a high percentage of students with disabilities receiving instruction in the general education setting. We also know that those students are highly vulnerable to instruction that really isn't very high quality, evidence-based instruction. So I think, could that be a part of it? I think so. I think that's one of the things that the READ Act is trying to address from, the reading side of it. I think the other side of it is, are we really, so are special educators supporting general education teachers in a way that's meaningful to them? We sometimes say, we have general ed teachers who have been left behind. We haven't necessarily equipped them to the extent that we need to support students. Are we really identifying appropriate accommodations and support in the general ed so students can make headway? And then I do think we have to be careful that we're not valuing inclusion for the sake of inclusion. So the IDEA doesn't require, that students be educated X% of time in general education. It's about where can that student can those students' individual needs best be met. And sometime, and this is totally anecdotal, as I talk to special education directors across the state, we kind of have this idea that the more kids inclusion, the better. Yeah, that's great. We want students to have access to the general curriculum. Absolutely. We want them to benefit from them. We want them to have access to non-disabled peers. That's critical. But we also want to make sure that their instruction is meaningful. And sometimes that is about, putting them with a teacher who is, specialized and can provide instruction to that student in a way they can make progress. So that's a little bit of hypothesizing. But that's, I think at least part of the explanation.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Foster.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a great presentation. No questions.
Thank you. Board Member Escarziga.
Thank you. Dr. Foster, into Dr. Esser's, question and to your point, just my own children. I was a school psychologist. I have children who have IEPs. I also have a grandson who's pretty severely autistic, but depending upon the environment and what the topic was and just situational, sometimes it was actually better for him not to be in general ed and to be with kids that he could relate to. And it's so individual on that fact that it's just tough. So, yeah. And I will say the same thing about the data. It is so complex that there's so many layers to just look and say, I can come up with why this data looks like this. It's very difficult. So I appreciate your balance there. I had same question that Member Rankin had, and that was number of students, because that's an indicator, right, that it's again a part of the onion. Are numbers going up? Are they going down? We had seen for years the severity of the needs going up, even though the population wasn't going up, and you can't take that into account. But I do have one question, and it's a very technical question. I'm a little long in the tooth on my law and my qualifications for getting an IEP. Let's say you're a student with a specific learning disability, if you are at grade level, or if you meet proficiency, if you meet standards, how many years back did that take us through? 3 different cycles of state testing. Can you still qualify for services if you say demonstrate proficiency in reading? Does that then disqualify you? That used to be a part of the qualifications, right? That it had to have an education impact. And if it didn't, you were excluded. Is that changed?
No, really, eligibility for special education, that continues to be the case. It's really two-pronged. One is you have to have one of the disabilities identified under IDEA, and there has to be educational need. So there are students, who, they meet the technical definition, of a disability, but when you look at their performance, they're holding their own. They may be making headway, achieving proficiency on, say, like the CMAS. Their day in, day out grades, are, they're passing, from grade to grade. They're mastering the content presented in classes. There's not, any kind of behavioral or emotional overlays that are keeping them from accessing school. So yeah, that continues to be the case, both disability and educational need.
Okay, because that speaks a little bit to the numbers. Because if we were to see, 80% of our students reaching meeting standards, we would be saying we're over-identifying, right? I mean, we're not identifying the right students. And I was always curious, as there's probably a band somewhere where it's about right, where we're identifying the right number, we're moving the right number up, and we're exiting. We're not there. But it's a curiosity thing with me, and we'll talk more later. But
okay,
it's very complicated. So
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Sheffel.
Yes, thank you. As everyone else has said, just for the presentation, great to see the data. My question is around how do you figure out the one graph where it said meets or exceeds expectations? I understood the other data because it was achievement data, CMAS data, but I don't know how you calculate meets or exceeds expectations.
In terms of, individual calculations, I'm probably not the person to ask on that. So really what we took was the data provided from, assessment, which was level 4 and level 5, I think on the CMAS, in terms of students who are, meeting proficiency or exceeding. So I'm not sure, that I've really answered that question. I don't know if other folks might could help, but I'm happy to dive in a little deeper if that wasn't sufficient.
I was just trying to match that with the achievement data from, I think you had STAR data up there, right?
We had some NAEP data.
NAEP data, okay.
Yeah.
NAEP.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to connect those two.
Yeah. And
NAEP, are they
is
connectable or not really?
Yeah, and that's a really good question. And I was in prepping for this, I was digging into that some. So NAEP is pretty clear that their, meets basic or advanced is not necessarily equivalent to grade level proficiency, or it's not necessarily equivalent to a state standards. So they have, basically their, I guess, what they assess, and then they look at what, how students perform, and that's the way they create their cut points. But they seem to be pretty clear that, this is not about, being able to translate it to grade level or proficiencies at the state level.
Because wouldn't it be the case if we really wanted to know how these students were doing, especially those that have a high likelihood of making progress, not the 2 or 3% with developmental delays, but the vast majority who evidence learning disabilities, the vast majority of which in that subgroup evidence reading issues, we'd kind of have to see if like the percentile ranks, right? And really how much growth and how much time. I don't know if it's possible to get any of that, but it's an important area because we are a lot of parents whose children have special needs. They just feel like year over year, they're really not making the kind of progress that the parents would hope. And so I don't know if it's possible to unpack it further, but I just thought I'd raise the question. But it's a good report. I just think we might get a little more detailed into what the data really means.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. And one of the things, and this begins to border on my competency level in terms of interpreting all this, but I do know that some of the things that we do is we look at medium growth percentile, and then that's part of what we put into each of the districts' determinations. Is we look at their overall growth percentile, we rank that, and then districts get some feedback on how their students are growing from year to year. I guess at least as measured by the CMAS, compared to other districts. And I believe that could also be useful for our IEP teams and parents and seeing how students have grown, at least as it's measured by the CMAS. But that's a great point. A good IEP should also show that year-to-year growth. But I understand many parents are frustrated. They feel like sometimes, kids are not making their children are not making the headway they hope for.
Maybe just one more comment. I know Board Member McClellan has ably represented us on the SEAC committee, and I think I'm going to do that this year because she's doing some other things. But I'd love to maybe have a follow-up meeting just so that I could have a grasp of the data, a little more detail, so that when I go to those meetings, I might be able to, comment intelligently on where are we as a state. So this is a great start, though.
Sure. Good. I'm absolutely happy to do that, and we look forward to joining SEAC.
Great. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments? You missed lunch. What can I say?
Had a late breakfast.
Mr. Durham, help me out. When do you want folks to come back?
It's entirely up to them. How long a break would you all like? 30 minutes, all right? And no objection to see everybody at 2 o'clock?
Okay. Mr. Durham's going to cover for me this afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Corey, we're ready to go live. Great. Vice Chairman Durham, we are now live.
Thank you. State Board of Education will come back to order. Why don't we proceed to item 7.01, standards update, Holocaust and genocide studies and vision. Commissioner Anthus, do you want to lead this, please?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, this is an update from a newly passed piece of legislation, and I will turn this over to Dr. Cobb and Dr. Colsman to give us an overview.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the board. We're pleased to be able to present to you an update on what's happening with the Colorado Academic Standards. We'll be talking about the recent legislation that passed regarding Holocaust and genocide studies, additions to the standards, as well as the standards revision and review timeline. So today we're presenting, I'm Melissa Colsman, Associate Commissioner for Student Learning, and I'm joined by Dr. Floyd Cobb, our Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. In addition to the PowerPoint presentation for today's item, there is a standard revision kind of overview document that's also included in your materials. And without further ado, I'll ask Dr. Cobb to take over.
Thank you, Dr. Colsman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. There has been some recent legislation that has been passed related to the Colorado Academic Standards. House Bill 201032 adjusted the existing regular review and revision timeline for the Colorado Academic Standards. Historically, it had been on a 6-year cycle, and it had reduced it, which I'll explain a little bit further. And then House Bill 1336 directed the State Board of Education to adopt standards for Holocaust and genocide studies on or before July 1st of 2021. We'll start with the provisions related to the Holocaust genocide studies. Now, the House Bill 1336 requires the State Board, as I mentioned, to adopt these standards on or before July 2021. And then it requires that school districts then begin to incorporate those into a course that is currently a condition for high school graduation beginning on or after July 1 of 23, and then requires the department to maintain some available resource banks for items pertaining to the Holocaust and genocide studies by this coming July. And so a committee was formed to help begin to make these recommendations. And the specific goal of the committee, similar to what we've done in the past with respect to our standards revisions committees, has been to make specific recommendations to you all to be incorporated into the Colorado Academic Standards. That committee is currently underway. It's comprised of 17 members, and these committee members were determined based upon criteria outlined in legislation, which required both K-12 classroom teachers as well as members from Holocaust and genocide organizations and communities. In terms of the timeline for how things have been progressing, October 20 was the first meeting of the committee where there was an introduction to the work created. As you can see in November, there was just discussion of the individual standards review and an overview of the process. Last month in January, there began discussions of initial standards recommendations, and we began to have the subcommittees formed to be able to support with the resource bank. This month, the standards recommendation subcommittee group is compiled of starting to create some recommendations to the committee of the whole. So the subgroup is now beginning to expand out. Additionally, in the latter part of this month, the group will come back to begin to discuss some of the recommendations, and then continue to work with the resource bank until public comment opens. And then in March, there will be an opportunity for public comment and then they'll begin the process of finalizing the recommendations to you all. We currently anticipate that the presentation will happen in April in terms of the initial recommendations, and then create an opportunity to finalize any feedback so that there can be potentially a vote on these, including the inclusion of these items at the June meeting. Now, I want to say all of this in concert with the overall planning for the standards review and revision process. We did spend some time speaking with you about this at a prior board member meeting, but I thought it was important to review this one more time due to the fact that we do have a couple of new board members. Just as a refresher for those who've seen this, House Bill 2010-32 adjusted the existing regular review of the revision process. For those who have been here will remember in 2018 we completed a standards review and revision process. However, this bill has changed that cycle such that not all of the standards will be reviewed all at one time, but that the standards were reviewed in groups of 3 effectively. So what you can see here is the first group of standards need to be reviewed and revised by July of 2022 and then implemented in the 22 through 24 school year, with the next review occurring in the 26. And then the next group of standards will basically be 2 years out from that, starting in 2024. And then the next group of standards will be in the 2 years out from that, starting in 2026. Our current plan is to maintain the structure that we used the previous time in terms of making sure that we have the same principles of being transparent, inclusive, research-informed, consistent, substantive, and improvement-oriented. Most importantly, wanting to make sure that there's a good feedback loop that is put in place such that our CDE staff are simply reviewing and facilitating the process such that the review committees can make recommendations to you all, and then also be able to make sure that we have final feedback from stakeholders, but ultimately these decisions will come from you all. This is currently the anticipated review and revision process. We've actually recently worked with our communications team to rename these what are currently called phases. We received some feedback from our communications team to refer to them as groups, just to be able to help in terms of the overall understanding. I decided not to make that change due to the fact that you all have a copy of this presentation and didn't want to create any confusion, but moving forward, we were going to look to refer to these as groups. And so in the first group, you'll see the arts and the social studies, followed by computer science, health, PE, and world languages. And then the last group in 2026 being the assessed subjects of reading, writing, communicating, mathematics, and science. So finally, moving forward, what we anticipate we will be doing is the research, information, and gathering in terms of public input will be the process for how the revision process will begin. And then the committee will use that information to be able to inform the revisions and recommendations, provide those recommendations to the board and stakeholders for feedback, and then provide an opportunity for the state board to vote, and then create 2 opportunities for public comment in between that. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I will turn this back over to you and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Any volunteers? Go right ahead. Whoever wants to be first. No questions?
Yeah, I do. I have one.
Right ahead.
Dr. Floyd, the revisions to social studies, I think that there was already a committee meeting. Help me remembering that there were some revisions that were being done because of previous legislation. And is that independent of the review that the third you're about ready, that review you're about ready to go through, or is that incorporated in that work? How nebulous is that? But you're shaking your head, yes, you got my question.
Mr. Vice Chair, Board Member Skarska, yes. I believe what you are referring to, and we use a shorthand for this particular commission, I believe is the 1192 commission. We use that in terms of shorthand. That was a bill, I believe, that was passed in 2019. That bill specifically was written to have a gubernatorial appointed committee to be able to make recommendations for, I believe, the inclusions of minorities into the social studies standards. So their work is ongoing, but it is a separate committee in addition to the Holocaust Genocide Studies Committee. And so trying to explain all of these in concert in terms of how they work together as it relates to the overall revision of the social studies standards. Part of the reason why we recommended moving the process for the review and revision of social studies up towards the front was because there were these additional committees that were moving forward. And so it just made sense to be able to at least get that process underway immediately. And so what you will likely see over the timeline is you will see obviously the recommendations coming forward for the Holocaust Genocide Studies inclusion to remain in concert with the timeline under statute, but then they'll be coming back again kind of in a subsequent year to be able to then look at the review and revision of the standards as a whole.
And will the 1192 committee work be involved in the larger standard review? Is that the intent? Yeah. Okay.
Board Member Skarska, yes, that's the intent, is for them to be able to make recommendations to be included as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from? No, Ms. Esser? Dr. Esser? Dr. Shuffle?
No, thank you. I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Rankin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Cobb, this is probably very self-explanatory, but it looks to me like we have an umbrella of social studies, and now we're putting coursework under that. Is that correct?
Board Member Rankin, there is an umbrella for social studies. There are categories that fall underneath the social studies standards. I'm going to ask my colleagues to see if they can help me remember. I do remember there is a civics, there is history, there's geography, and Dr. Coleman did the last one.
Economics, that's always the one I forget, and I'm glad it was the one you forgot.
And economics. And so there isn't there isn't any work that's being done in terms of this for the department to be able to create coursework. Coursework, again, is determined at the local level. The way that the language was written in this particular law indicated that once these standards are revised, they needed to be included in a course that was required for graduation, but that is a determination that would need to be made at the local level and not one that we would recommend.
Okay, then that leads me to my next question. Is there an amount of time for each one, or is that local? For instance, District A might put 4 months on civics and 2 weeks on economics. Is that a local determination? Or is there something in these laws that say certain things have to rise to the top and you have to spend more time on them? Or is civics going to be equal to Holocaust or genocide and geography?
Board Member Rankin, to the best of my knowledge, and I can defer to Dr. Colesman here, that there aren't any time limits that are placed in terms of how the standards need to be delivered, just that the local school boards need to ensure that what's being taught meet or exceed the expectations of the state. So in terms of how much time is spent, I don't believe that there's any timeframes that are put on that.
So it has to be addressed, in other words. They're just telling you what the content of that course has to include. But it doesn't exclude anything other than what's in this list, or does it?
Board Member Rankin, no. Again, the expectation is the way it's written in statute that it meets or exceeds. So as long as they clear the bar, anything they want to do above the bar is up to them.
Thank you.
Ms. McClellan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Floyd, thank you for this presentation, much appreciated, and for your availability to constituents who were interested in participating in the standards review process. Is there a comprehensive timeline of when the window may open for people who would like to express an interest in serving on various subcommittees for making recommendations? And then I know it kind of goes down a timeline that it eventually involves solicitation of public comment, and then there's a point at which that closes, and then it comes before the board for final voting. Where would we go to make sure that we're keeping the process available to constituents who might be interested in participating?
Sure. So, Board Member McClellan, we plan on posting all that information through our communications channels, both when the time comes for applicants to be able to request to be included on the standards review and revision committees in general. I believe that's happening right around now, and then certainly we will be able to continue to keep all the communication lines up through either the Scoop, the CDE update, or any of our other channels as well, to make sure that there's an opportunity to provide as much public comment as possible. Considering that we just did this, we have fresh memories in terms of what we learned the last time. So we're looking to be able to take advantage of that and be able to improve on those experiences.
Thank you very much. So I should let interested stakeholders know, maybe keep checking in on the CDE website, and that's where they'll see those opportunities come open.
Board Member McClellan, yes, and if not, feel free to have them reach out to any of us, and we'd be able to support them with that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other members have any questions? Thank you very much, Dr. Cobb. Okay, next item on the agenda is, why don't we take, what is it, 4 point, Ms. Marumba, what?
Is it 4.14?
Yes, 4.14. Go ahead, Ms. McClellan, you're on.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think I'll open by making a motion, and then I'll ask my questions for clarification. So let me make sure I found it. I move to approve the recommended grant recipients and award amounts for the school transformation grant as published in board docs to be able to meet statutory requirements to distribute funds to eligible grantees.
Proper motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Shuffler.
Okay.
Please proceed, Ms. McClellan.
Okay, thank you. My question popped up because in looking at the contract in Adams 14, I noticed that there are really broad powers that are granted through the contract to the contractor that has created a Colorado limited liability corporation called Adams 14 Schools Succeed, and its primary address is in Tampa, Florida. My concern is and the contract specifically calls out their control of the budget, including grants. So I want to make sure that we are understanding fully whether or not this arrangement makes the expenditures every bit as transparent and accessible to the public as they would have been had they not been going through that extra shell of what they're referring to as A14SS, or Adams 14 Schools Succeed, the Limited Liability Corporation. I know that when they were asked to let us know how much of the tax dollars going through Adams 14 would be set aside or recovered by MGT in the form of corporate profits, they declined to answer that, which may be technically legal, but I would like to know what other loss of full granular level transparency we may have lost, and whether that is still consistent with the ability for us to meet our fiduciary obligations or our ethical obligations with respect to the awarding of grants for Adams 14. And in asking this, I would like to express it is certainly not my desire to limit resources going to those students, I just want to make sure that I fully understand and that everyone on our board fully understands any limitation or change in the amount of transparency and the ability for interested parties to enjoy access to the information through our sunshine laws.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
No, Vice Chair, Board Member McClellan, thank you for your question. And I am not at all an expert in contracts or LLCs, so I will clarify at least how we award the funds. So we allocate those funds to the district, not to the organization, though we have some. We ask for specific activities. Then once it goes to the district, our expectation is that they use those funds as indicated in their application. So as far as how that changes with different organizations, I would likely turn that over to someone with a stronger background in contract. But as far as we do monitor what goes out to the district as a part of their overall application and plan.
Okay, so I do understand that. My concern is in the area of budgetary discretion. The contract specifically calls out Adams 14 schools succeed shall have authority to manage the district's annual budget as adopted by the board, including state and federal grant dollars that are allocated to the district. Given that we know there is at least some part of their financial operations that they will not reveal to us, even when asked to do so, we have a refusal in writing with respect to the portion that is represented in corporate profit. I don't know that we have any other obfuscations when it comes to what we would normally expect to enjoy in terms of full transparency with an entity funded by taxpayer dollars. The fact that it kind of skips stones, it goes through us and then touches ground at the district level and then bounces into the hands of A14SS. At that point, is it beyond the reach of our sunshine laws? Can people still do a CORA request? And does A14SS acting in Adams 14 local districts stead, do they still have the full obligation to comply with the sunshine laws or not? I feel like if we don't ask, I don't know if the question will be asked. So I feel a sense of responsibility to ask it.
Go ahead, Lisa.
That's a great question. And I feel like we're in uncharted territory with this full management situation. And so I see my friend Julie T just popped up on the screen, and I'm going to let her take this contract ball.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Listen.
So anytime a recipient of a school transformation grant, or frankly, any other kind of grant, contracts for services with an outside vendor, all you're going to be able to know from the CORA side what the district spent and what it was for, and you can see the contract, but you'll not know then what that individual contractor does, what they've paid out in salaries, whatever. And so in that respect, this is just like that. MGT, or Adams 14 Schools Succeed, is in the shoes, right, of the district. So to the extent that they are procuring services with these school transformation grant dollars, you'll see that because that's an Adams 14 obligation or transaction. If they were to contract and pay out to MGT or an MGT affiliate or something, which sounds like one of your concerns, you'd be able to see that from the school district expenditure side. Would you then be able to see from the MGT side how much is paid in salaries to a particular person? No, but that would be true with any sort of vendor who's contracting for turnaround, professional development, whatever other service it may be. So it seems stranger, I get it, because there's a company in the management role, but it's going to be the same in sort of every district. You'll see what the district is spending out, what it's supposedly for, but you won't exactly know then how that income is manifest on the other side. Does that help?
Only to a point, I'm afraid, and I'm going to veer quickly away from the legal and into the political consideration, because My sense is that as soon as these funds go to A14 Schools Succeeds Limited Liability Corporation, that we have indeed lost some measure of transparency, because if I'm understanding Ms. Tollefson correctly, we could make granular level requests and be told, yeah, thanks for asking, and we so very politely and graciously decline to answer, and they might be within their technical legal rights. And so I would encourage us to take a much harder look in the future at exactly what these contracts say for full management. And when they have these kinds of broad sweeping controls over the budgetary considerations of a district, together with hiring and firing authority, I would suggest to my board colleagues that you weigh this very heavily in your heads and in your hearts, because that is, in my opinion, a dangerous combination. If there were any fiduciary oversight that one were trying to affect at the district level, if anyone on their local board or employed at the local district level really started getting traction in the area of forensic accountancy and discovered anything that they didn't think passed the smell test, the fact that the corporate entity has hiring and firing authority puts them in a position to get rid of that fiduciary oversight. And it doesn't take a lot of imagination to figure that out. And I think because this contract was entered into due to the necessity that was created as a result of our exercise of powers and duties and authority, and in fact, our board order necessitated the negotiation of a contract, and this is what we saw disclosed before we made that vote. I think that means we bear some responsibility. I hope we don't see a contract with this combination of sweeping authorities, or maybe either one of these authorities in the future. And maybe I'm the only one who feels that way, but I encourage my colleagues to take another hard look at this contract and ask yourself if that is consistent with the will of Colorado voters and Colorado legislators when it comes to transparency regarding tax dollars. Now, I find myself in the impossible position of either having to continue to go along with this or deny the students and teachers and educators in Adams 14 resources that I believe they clearly need. I'm going to vote yes because I think they need it. But I'm complaining right now about the terms of this contract and the implications those terms hold for our sunshine laws and for our ability to make sure that we or someone at the local level has enough traction and power to prevent corruption happening and obfuscation of that which should be clear in the light of day on the public record. And that's all I have to say about that. And with that, unless others have a comment, I'm ready for a vote. Thank you.
I have a few questions, Ms. Tollefson. Let's start with the fact that there are no funds that flow directly to the private corporation other than the fixed amount that is stated in the contract that is posted on their website. Is that correct or not correct?
That's right. That's all that's anticipated by the current structure.
Correct. So in terms of they're not answering the question of how much profit they made, there is a difference between profit and the contract amount for which they were paid. Is that not correct, Ms. Tollefson?
Absolutely.
And so this grant would not, unless they're on a cost plus basis, which their contract is not, as far as I know,
no.
This grant would not add 1 penny to the amount of money received by MGT. Is that correct?
That's right. I mean, they would have to be offering some new scope of work, some additional contract, some amendment to the existing contract, but otherwise, no. That amount is fixed in the contract they've entered.
So the answer to Ms. McClellan's question is that it is completely transparent. Every dollar flows through the district. Every single dollar flows through the district and the private contractor, MGT, is paid the amount that is specified in a publicly available and reviewable document, which makes that fully transparent. Would you agree, Ms. Tollefson?
I would. I mean, it may be that y'all are using the term differently. We certainly don't know what individual MGT employees, shareholders, whatever make, but we know what's paid out of district funds.
And now we get to the question of how much profit are they making? And you could ask me that question, Ms. McClellan, with any client I ever had. And when I entered into the contract, the answer is I don't have the foggiest notion, because there are always contingencies in every project. You don't know what your expenses are going to be because you can't predict every event that shows up. And so I don't know of any, whether you ask the question of how much profit you make, whether you're asking that question of Coca-Cola that's providing the vending machine, or whether you're asking it of Google, who's providing internet connection, or Comcast, they're not going to tell you how much profit they're making, even if they know. The amount that they are being paid is publicly available and completely transparent. The amount of profit they make is clearly unknown and probably will not be known till sometime after the conclusion of the contract, when they've finished booking all of their expenses. Now, you may be able to argue that their executives are overpaid and the contract is too rich, but if I remember the amount of the contract, I'm trying to sort through my memory banks. It didn't seem to me to be an exorbitant amount for the services that were rendered. Now, that could be that that's not the case, but and you will not find any contract anywhere that will do anything more than prescribe the scope of services that are to be provided and the cost for those services that the public entity is paying. So there's no contract in existence, to the best of my knowledge, where they disclose how much money each person's on the project's being paid, who's working on the project, how many of them there are, how many hours there are. It's a scope of work. If they perform successfully on the contract, and that is they provide the scope of work they said they did, and they are paid the amount of money the contract says they were to be paid, there can be no more transparency than that, unless at some point we think we ought to ask everybody who works there how much money they make, which I don't think is appropriate. So I think this is as transparent as any other contract. Any other contract. If you can find a contract that is more transparent than this one with any private company for any school, then I will be happy to agree with you, but I want to see it first.
I would, Mr. Vice Chair, I would challenge you in that were this a situation where you were looking at a public school or public school district employee, actually you could find out pay rates. So yes, that is a fine example of one, just off the tops of our heads, one layer where it is not, at one moment please, where it is not as transparent as compared to the circumstance prior to MGT's arrival and the arrival of their sub shell, the limited liability corporation based in Tampa, Florida. And furthermore, I just would also say that once you may recall that when we voted on this matter initially, when the contract was first shown to us, I tried to get a feel for what the upper limit, the ceiling, what's the most they could be paid for this contract. And I called it the quote, most expensive scenario. I don't know if you can recall this, but I very well recall I couldn't get a ceiling. So the truth is, I can't tell you what the whole enchilada could possibly be because there was some rather squishy language in there that allowed them to raise it should the local board wish to do so. So we don't really have an upper limit. We don't know how much this could cost.
Operative language, should the local board wish to raise it. Any change in that contract has to be negotiated, including the price, has to be negotiated between the board and the private entity. And if you are contending that somehow when Comcast provides internet service to a school, they're telling you how much their CEO is making or how much the technician who installs it is making, You're just plain wrong. The simple fact of the matter is salaries of public officials are in fact disclosed and have been in this state for probably 100 years. The salaries of private individuals are a private matter. The amount of the contract is a public matter, and the amount of the contract is disclosed. So I think it's terribly misleading to the public to say that there is something that is not transparent about this company. You know what they're being paid. You can read their contract online. So, I mean, so just go ahead and read it and look, see what the amount is, and you'll know what they're being paid.
It is stunning. It is stunning to me that contract calls for that private for-profit entity to be in control of the public school district's budget and in charge of hiring and firing. That crosses a bridge that I think takes us into territory that raises alarming alarm bells. And you and I could probably debate this all afternoon, and we may or may not come to some more points of agreement, but I am ready to vote because I don't want the kids of Adams 14 to be without this grant. However, my concerns stand, and you and I can debate it the next time it comes up, but I won't waste our colleagues' time with it.
I don't think it's going to have a debate unless and until you can provide information that this contract is in some way less transparent than any other contract in which this district has entered in. And I don't believe you can do that. So I think for the public out there that's listening to this meeting, they should not be misled into believing that somehow that there is public money being misspent and misspent in some way that is hidden. It is every dollar flows through the district. Every single dollar flows through the district. Control over the budget and control over expenditures are two entirely different things. And every expenditure is booked by the district. Every expenditure is paid by the district. And so you can go verify any of them that you want. It's all public record. And based on some of our earlier discussions about what you wanted to see down on the Ute Reservation, it would seem that would be more than adequate if that's what we had. So would you call the roll, please, Ms. Maramba?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
It passes 6-0.
Okay. See, we're now to board reports. Shall we start, Dr. Esser?
Sure. I am on 2 committees. One of them is Pathways. Let me grab my notes. Pathway Forward or Path Forward. It is between 6 states. So the CDE people who are working so hard on early literacy, Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens and Dr. Cobb wrote this grant to get on this very selective group of states. There's only 6 states: Arizona, Colorado, Missouri, Ohio, Massachusetts, North Carolina. And they are all working together to try to implement the science of reading in a way that makes the adoption for the state, I don't want to say palatable, but makes the case with other states as to why this is so important and how to bring everybody on board. The educator preparation programs, teachers already in the field, new teachers, so that this is all successful for everyone. Mississippi took the lead, although they're not really part of the consortium unless they're considered that as the lead. They had a 10% increase in reading over 10 years, maybe it was 9 years. That to me, I know it's a great leap, but that is not what I would hope for our state. I would hope we would see more than 10% in students reading at grade level after a consortium with a coach. So we get our own coach as a state. So I have great hope for this. We'll see what happens. And then I am also on the gifted education SAC. they've had a meeting and then there was a symposium. I got very late notice about the symposium, so I attended about half of it. I will watch the other half as it was recorded. And they are working very hard to make sure we can identify gifted education students so that we get more diversity, more students of color, more students of low SES, so that it's more equitable than it is right now. So thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Scheffel?
Yes, I've really been, I met with Lisa Medler regarding the Adams 14 plan with MGT and their various sub-partners, and so that's been productive. Also met with Adams previous to that. Just, I think it's so important that this model works and that what they're doing in that district in partnership with their board really makes a difference in student achievement. So those were productive meetings and helpful, especially in light of MGT's presentation to us this meeting. I also continue to address issues on the READ Act. I know Board Member Rankin's been on those calls too, but just trying to work with Dr. Cobb and Colesman just on the programs, and there's the supplemental and the core and the intervention and what's approved, what's not approved. Continue to get emails from some folks that feel like the lists might not be quite right, the rubric might not be quite right. It's very detailed work, but it's really great to just think through it and figure out what's out there that schools can use based on the lists that CDE's putting out there, and then WestEd's role in evaluating the effectiveness of this initiative, so important. So that, and then finally, I've been doing some research into using avatars and software made emergent software. Immersion is one of the companies in teacher prep just because of COVID, and then I think lingering issues with getting student teachers into enough field hours so that they really get great practice before they actually earn their provisional license, and figure out how can, I mean, the best opportunity, of course, is for students to be in actual schools with actual kids in spontaneous settings where all kinds of things go on, and the teacher has to respond to behaviors and to achievement issues and to error analysis and, you know, all of that. But to supplement that, what kinds of software is out there that could supplement teacher prep? And so I've been researching some of that and talking to teacher prep entities about how they're thinking about that. So those have kind of been my three areas of focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scheffel. Dr. Escarza?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I've spent a lot of time in the last couple of weeks with CDE staff, just asking for information. They've been very responsive, particularly as you heard yesterday about waivers, trying to understand some of the standards and the language around some of the things that are presented to us. And so that's been kind of an area of focus. My three things I'm working on for committees have not met yet. So outside of that, I've been attending, thanks again to the wonders of Zoom, board meetings. And each time I go to a district board meeting, I'm just even more impressed by the, I would say, commitment to getting kids back into school. And really, I'm always just in awe of the complexity and how different each district is. But watching the boards, watching the superintendents, I just have total faith. I think all three of my districts now are all the schools have some offering of in-person throughout that. That's Englewood, Sheridan, and Denver. And then number of town halls. And the last thing that I'll mention, just board related, I got to be on a national panel about testing and accountability. And it was kicked off by Representative Jamal Bowman, who then right after our panel got selected to be the vice chair of the House Education and Labor Committee. So that was a nice connection. Dr. Shepard was on it, Lori Shepard from CU, retired now, but distinguished professor. Jack Schneider was on it. He is, he's an expert in accountability. He's a historian actually, but does measurement and accountability and assessment. And I was there to be the K-12 voice because it was really heavy higher ed, but just honored to be on it. And I made sure that in the beginning that I said that I am a state board member, but I'm representing my own views since we are divided about testing and such. And everybody appreciated that. It was very direct. So outside of that, just trying to keep up with all those Zoom invites, right? And just continuing on the work. So thank you.
Ms. McClellan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I talked with, I want to say met with, but it was over the phone in every case. So, and in some cases on Zoom calls. So due to COVID, I have to say that I talked with stakeholders so on both sides of the testing issue leading up, especially to today's meeting. And I've met with Jennifer Mello in preparation for the legislative work. And by met, I mean talking on the phone because of COVID. I want to thank the members of the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you, and I know I'm returning this committee liaison work to the very capable hands of Dr. Scheffel, but I also want to thank Dr. Foster for his help and support in this role and with that committee. I'm looking very much forward to my work with the NASB nominating committee. And lastly, as a point of privilege, I just want to thank my board colleagues and the staff for your very kind condolences during our time of bereavement after the loss of my mother. It was much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see. Who are we? Ms. Rankin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I recently, well, I was asked by the chairwoman to represent us on a NASB policy committee, which I believe I was on before, but if you recall, we were trying to figure out what the name of that committee was and whether it existed, and I was kind of at a loss, never had been to a meeting, but now I know for sure that I am now on that committee, and it'll meet I think in another week, and so I'm looking forward to that. I've also been in discussion with Colorado Western University teacher prep program and what they are using for instruction in the READ Act, which has been really interesting. I know we're K-12, and I make that very clear, but there's such a link between what the higher ed is doing in reading and what we license in K-12 and especially K-3. The leader there that I've been speaking with is Sherry Anderson. She has been calling me frequently because of a glitch in the law, and I have been looking into that, and I have to agree with her. So therefore, I have been pestering Colleen O'Neill, our licensure person, about it, and she has spent an inordinate amount of time with me over the last few months anyway, and I appreciate that. But we're working to make sure that the higher ed knows exactly what is needed of them. And in the beginning, I have to say, I had spoken with some other higher ed schools in my district, and I was very disappointed because, like a lot of the teachers, they did not know what the READ Act was all about. And I've now found some colleges, Adams State is another one, where they have key people there that know exactly what needs to be taught and how it needs to be taught to their teacher prep programs. And, you know, in all this negativity that we hear with COVID and everything, it's really refreshing to get a call from someone that really knows what they're doing and what they're talking about and is moving forward with it. And I have to say, there are some glimmers of sunshine in this. And with the READ Act, as we say, if they can read, they're successful in life. If they can't, the opposite is true, unless they have significant difficulties. But I think we're on the right track. I think we need to keep moving forward, and thanks to Dr. Scheffel too for her help and communication with me on some of my questions. She's the expert, and I'm still learning, but I'm halfway through the second set of units with letters, and all I need now is a classroom or some students to tutor, and I'll be really happy with it. But I'll work on that as soon as I finish the coursework. Thank you.
Thank you. And see, anybody else with any other comments? For my activities, I did have a conversation with Dr. Thomas, the new superintendent of Colorado Springs District 11. he made a little press lately by requiring all the employees at Mitchell High School, which is, I believe, on year 4 of the accountability clock, to reapply for their jobs if they expected to stay there next year. He expects to bring an innovation plan to the board sometime in the, I think, maybe another 6 or 8 months, but he's being very aggressive in trying to correct some of the problems at a school that has quite serious problems. And I was very impressed with his no-nonsense approach to trying to deal with improving student outcomes. So anything else to come before the board? Going once, going twice. If not, we'll stand adjourned until 9 a.m. On Wednesday, March the 10th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Marable, you want to give me a call in a little bit?
Sure, I can do that.